Prova, prova, prova. A1, A1. Prova, 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 prova. Sì, sì. Say one, A1, A, prova, prova. Prova, sì, prova, sì. Say one, A1, A, prova, A. Sì, sì. Prova, 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 A. Tutto a posto? Prova, prova. Prova, prova. Prova, prova, prova. Prova 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Sì, prova, ok? Te lo lascio acceso, poi lo muti tu o te lo spengo? Muti tu? Eccomi sul podio, sono qui e siamo noi. Prova, prova. Prova, prova, prova 1, prova 1. A1, A1, sì. Dimmi. Verde, verde, A, sì. A1, A1, A. Prova 1, prova 1, A, sì. Prova, 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 ok?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's quite loud. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please, as soon as possible, and then we can make a start in just a few minutes. I'm still Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as soon as you can. If you need a translation headset, please head to the rear left of the room. But please, as soon as you can, make your way to your seat and we will make a start. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are going to make a start now. Just a few minutes behind schedule, but no problem. So, as you take your seats, I will wish you a very warm welcome here to Prognosfruit. Prognosfruit 2023. Prognosfruit is, as I'm sure most of you know, the essential meeting point for the fresh apple and pear business. A chance to look forward, to look at the crop forecasts for both of those categories, and to take the temperature of the business and see where the markets will lead us in the next 12 months and beyond. We've got a great program for you, put together by Asomela and the World Apple and Pear Association. And it's my great privilege to be here. I know quite a few faces in the audience over my 20 years or more working in the fresh produce business. My name is Mike Knowles. I'm the Managing Director of FruitNet Europe. FruitNet is, let's say, the leading publisher and event organizer in the fresh produce business. We work hard to provide news and information and networking opportunities for people across the world of fruit and vegetables. And I really do mean that when I say it's my great privilege to be invited here to host the conference part of this event. Some would say I'm an outsider now that Brexit has happened, but I guarantee you, as a company, we are very much a European business with a global outlook. And as I say, I know many of you in the audience, it's been my great pleasure to interview and visit many of you in the apple and pear business over the last 2 decades. Also some people I don't know, and I look forward to meeting you later in the day. But we will press on. Prognosfruit 2023, hosted here by Appot. Thank you very much to Appot for hosting us. And it's also important to recognize the contribution of our sponsors. So I believe we have our sponsors on the slides. It goes without saying, without the sponsors, this event cannot happen. We're in a fantastic auditorium, and we have a great opportunity to be together, to learn, and to network. And it's thanks to these sponsors. So we'll take you through the sponsor slides. All of these companies have backed this event and given it the support that it needs to continue and to thrive. So we'll go through there. Also some technical sponsors and, of course, our institutional backers, which should come up in just a moment. There we are. Okay. Thank you very much to all of them. So, as I say, we're going to look at the crop forecasts. That's very much at the heart, or I should say the core of this event. We'll look at the apple forecasts and the pear forecasts. We'll also have some analysis of what those forecasts might mean, and we'll get some reaction from people in the business to what they think will happen in the coming 12 months as this European season, Northern Hemisphere seasons begin. So we're going to start with some opening remarks. We have 4 speakers who will set the scene for you and give us an introduction to our event. So without further ado, I'm going to invite all 4 of those speakers onto the stage, and then each of them will speak in turn just for the next half an hour. So in no particular order, so I would like to invite Luc Van Warbeek, who is the chair of the Fruit and Vegetable Working Group. Luc, that was fantastic. You just appeared from nowhere. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Also, Ennio Magnani, please come to the stage. Ennio is the president of Appot and also president of the Italian Apple and Pear Association, Asomela. Sorry, Apple Association. Ennio, a very warm welcome. Benvenuto. Also, Maurizio Fugatti, who is president of the Trentino province. Ennio, Maurizio, benvenuto. And last but not least, Giulia Zanotelli, who is the Agriculture Minister for the province of Trento. So can we give them a big round of applause, please? Thank you. And I will invite Luke to make a start for us. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Mike. Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuto a questo congresso. It is, for me, a real great honor to welcome all of you in the name of Cocea to this event. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we have an audience of more than 350 participants out of 22 countries, and of which 5 outside the European Union. We also have several international institutions here, and I may say this is one of the biggest audiences we ever had in the long history of Prognosfruit. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that the Prognosfruit conference provides not only the opportunity to gain new insights based on figures, but it gives even more the opportunity to network. Talking about last season that was good or bad, dreaming about the upcoming season, hoping for a good harvest, free from devastating climatic events. This is what people as us brings together. This networking event is the key of success of Prognosfruit. I would also like to say some words to our Italian colleagues. We are, as you can see, here in one of the most famous and extremely beautiful fruit regions of Europe, and perhaps of the whole world. But nature gave this region a lot of blessings in the extraordinary landscapes, the delicious food and fruit of top quality. But nature is not always nice. Together with the rest of Italy and a great part of southern and eastern Europe, this region was during the last years severely affected by the same nature. This will be a serious challenge for many colleagues who are often in despair. Great respect for the way you as fruit growers and producers organization are taking positive actions to tackle this extremely difficult situation. But today, we are here, as I said, to learn and to meet each other. Organizing a conference like this is not an easy job. It's a real challenge, I can say to you, because several years ago we did it ourselves, and it's really a tough job. And therefore, I want to thank the organizing committee, and especially the APOT team. You did a tremendous, great job. As Mike said in the beginning, we can't do this kind of events without sponsors. And therefore, I want to thank them for the generosity to make this possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the global and European fruit sector has managed to survive and stay upright during the previous difficult seasons. But we all know that we are going to face difficult and, above all, uncertain times in the future. The best way of dealing with these uncertainties and is building knowledge to gain insight. During the last decades, approximately 50 times, there was Prognosfruit, and during that period, Prognosfruit became not only a real authority in providing reliable knowledge of the fruit market, but Prognosfruit became also an essential compass for the future of our business. I wish you all a great conference and enjoy your stay in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luke. Luke, if you'd like to...
Yes, I want to invite the organizer, the chairman of APOT, Ennio Magnani, to come forward and to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Un carissimo buongiorno a tutti, un benvenuto al Presidente della Provincia Maurizio Fugatti, all'assessore Zanotelli, a tutte le autorità in sala. Un buongiorno e un grazie, vi vedo numerosi e questo mi fa molto piacere. È un onore ospitare questo importante convegno nella nostra provincia, nella nostra valle e in questa sala. Oggi sono presenti in sala oltre 300 persone, provenienti da 26 paesi, che si incontrano per presentare le previsioni di produzione 2023, le prospettive del mercato e per confrontarsi su alcuni temi prioritari. Prima di tutto però voglio darvi alcune spiegazioni sul perché abbiamo scelto questo posto per i lavori del Congresso. Il Trentino Alto Adige è innanzitutto terra di cooperazione. Le nostre terre, la cooperazione ha una storia molto lunga, iniziata alla fine del 1700 con la costruzione dei primi acquedotti, per arrivare fino ai giorni nostri con le grandi cooperative. La cooperazione è uno strumento indispensabile per migliaia di piccole aziende e migliaia di frutteti che abbiamo in Trentino Alto Adige. 30 anni fa questa cooperativa si era unita a una cooperativa vicina per fondare la Cocea. Noi oggi siamo nella sala di selezione e in ballo della vecchia cooperativa, che abbiamo deciso di trasformare in un luogo di confronto e di cultura. Oggi abbiamo grande bisogno di confronto e di cultura, per capire meglio le dinamiche del mondo, per seguire l'evoluzione dei mercati, fare le scelte giuste e dare futuro alle nostre famiglie, ma anche per imparare a comunicare meglio e aumentare così la possibilità di essere capiti a livelli nazionali ed europei, dove oggi abbiamo grandi difficoltà. Così, per farvi respirare il senso della cooperazione, abbiamo deciso di organizzare Prognosfruit in una cooperativa e di invitarvi a cena in una cantina cooperativa e di portarvi a vedere il progetto di conservazione delle mele in ipogeo, esempio avanzato di sostenibilità realizzato dal modello cooperativo di Melinda. Per dare significato culturale a Prognosfruit abbiamo scelto di invitarvi al Castel del Buon Consiglio e di portare tutti quelli che partecipano alle visite di venerdì mattina a vedere Castel Valer, magnificamente conservato, ed il santuario di San Romedio, esempio di architettura e fede. Cooperazione e cultura sono strumenti fondamentali di progresso e di crescita sostenibile. Passo la parola ora ai miei colleghi, ringrazio tutti voi, vi faccio un buon Prognosfruit e una buona permanenza in Trentino. Grazie.
Thank you very much, Ennio. We now turn to Presidente Maurizio Fugatti. Please, prego.
Buongiorno anche da parte mia, un saluto a tutti i partecipanti, un ringraziamento per l'invito. Credo che oggi sia un motivo di orgoglio per il sistema trentino, non solo per la Val di Non, riuscire ad essere qua e organizzare questo importante evento internazionale sulle tematiche che contraddistinguono il vostro settore. Il Trentino ha l'ambizione di essere in prima linea su queste tematiche, di esserlo sotto l'aspetto economico, sotto l'aspetto agricolo, ma anche sotto l'aspetto dell'innovazione. Noi siamo qui in Valle di Non, dove gli investimenti, le scelte strategiche, la capacità di innovazione di questo settore fatta nel tempo e negli anni ha contraddistinto, ma lo sta facendo anche oggi l'innovazione del Trentino. Rispetto ad un mondo che sta cambiando, rispetto agli scenari anche climatici che ci sono, rispetto per esempio alla crisi anche della siccità che c'è stata nei mesi scorsi, la visione che c'è stata in passato in questo territorio, in questo settore, ha già aiutato e potrà aiutare anche in futuro con nuovi investimenti su questo fronte che vanno ad affrontare anche con serietà e e con responsabilità i cambiamenti che avvengono. E di questo devo ringraziare tutti gli attori trentini che sono presenti, anche perché le modalità con cui si sono, diciamo, interfacciati alla giunta provinciale in questi anni sono sempre state modalità costruttive, innovative e di crescita del territorio. Con l'assessore Zanotelli abbiamo cercato di dare le risposte, stiamo cercando di farlo anche oggi rispetto alle nuove tematiche che si pongono. E questa è la sfida che abbiamo davanti, è la sfida che ha davanti il vostro settore frutticolo, è la sfida che ha davanti anche il Trentino, ed è una sfida che riguarda la nostra comunità, perché sappiamo quanto la capacità di fare sistema delle vostre realtà incida sull'economia trentina, incida sulle famiglie che lavorano all'interno del vostro settore e incida quindi sullo sviluppo futuro del nostro territorio. Siamo certi che da questa giornata di confronto, di analisi e di capacità di fare prospettive tutti sapremo crescere. In primis ovviamente noi guardiamo al nostro territorio che ha l'ambizione di poter guardare avanti, rappresentato dalle proprie categorie, dai propri amministratori, vedo presenti anche sindaci che saluto, e dalle proprie organizzazioni. Grazie e buona giornata.
Thank you very much, Maurizio. And now, last but not least, I'd like to invite Assessore, Councillor Giulia Zanotelli.
Buongiorno, benvenuti a tutti. È un grande onore, un grande piacere poter ospitare in Trentino, in Val di Non, questo appuntamento di Prognosfruit. Un appuntamento e una giornata sicuramente centrale per affrontare insieme quelle che sono le sfide del comparto agricolo, partendo anche da una presa di coscienza di una situazione attuale non certo semplice, ma che vede questo territorio sempre in prima fila, sia dal punto di vista degli investimenti, ma anche delle strategie complessive di sistema per rafforzare ulteriormente questo comparto e questo settore. Permettetemi però di entrare nel merito e di fare alcune riflessioni rispetto a quello che è il quadro europeo oggi. E mi piacerebbe partire da una domanda. Qual è l'idea di agricoltura che oggi sta governando l'Unione Europea? Perché vedete, alcune scelte che si stanno profilando e che stanno venendo avanti in maniera molto forte, in maniera molto spinta, potranno mettere in difficoltà quello che è il sistema agricolo anche trentino. Lo dico rispetto al ruolo che ho l'onore di rappresentare al fianco del Presidente Fugatti nella Giunta provinciale, delle partite che insieme a Somela abbiamo approfondito e abbiamo condotto proprio per tutelare e valorizzare questo comparto, perché dietro a questi prodotti che vediamo qui sul palco, noi li vediamo belli, li vediamo freschi, li vediamo profumati, ma dietro questi prodotti c'è un valore non soltanto di territorio, ma un valore di passione, di dedizione, di sacrificio delle nostre aziende che quotidianamente si impegnano e che stanno affrontando delle sfide epocali che non meritano e non vanno solo nella direzione delle fluttuazioni di mercato, ma anche da una concorrenza che non sempre è leale, ma anche da bozze di regolamenti, e faccio due esempi su questo: il regolamento sui prodotti fitosanitari e sul packaging, che se dovessero venire avanti così come strutturati a livello europeo creerebbero veramente un danno al nostro comparto. E attenzione, questo non significa che questo territorio non stia lavorando da anni, ancor prima delle direttive contenute nel Green Deal e nel Farm to Fork, alla sostenibilità ambientale. Dimostrazione sono i bilanci di sostenibilità che testimoniano in maniera forte i risultati raggiunti, ma ricordiamoci che c'è anche una sostenibilità economica. e senza sostenibilità economica non ci sono imprese, non c'è agricoltura e non c'è preservazione del nostro territorio. Quello che noi chiediamo con forza oggi a livello europeo, saluto anche i rappresentanti dello Stato italiano vicini a questo territorio con i quali stiamo approfondendo alcune partite per noi strategiche, di lavorare insieme su alcune direzioni. Il Presidente Fugatti ha citato il tema dell'acqua. Su questo territorio sta lavorando a progettualità concrete, strutturate di visione, come ad esempio il progetto Sovrachioma che la provincia sta portando avanti insieme al comparto agricolo con forza, che risponde a diverse necessità e che può dare valore aggiunto ulteriore ai nostri prodotti. I rinnovi varietali che abbiamo sostenuto convintamente nel corso di questa legislatura, il sistema della gestione del rischio centrale, ringrazio Codipra per il grosso lavoro svolto in questi anni, il sistema della cooperazione che il Presidente Magnani citava, vedo qui anche il Presidente di Coperfidi che è al fianco delle nostre aziende per lavorare e creare con la provincia degli strumenti innovativi di supporto, diversi dal passato ma che possono dare delle risposte anche in un momento peculiare che il sistema agricolo trentino sta vivendo. Permettetemi un collegamento rapido sul sistema della ricerca che si sposa col tema dei cambiamenti climatici e conseguentemente con quello delle fitopatie. Il Trentino ha messo in atto dei piani di intervento seri, abbiamo lavorato anche nell'ultimo assestamento di bilancio per rafforzare quello che è il controllo sul territorio insieme alla Fondazione MAC, che è il nostro istituto di istruzione, di ricerca e trasferimento tecnologico, perché dobbiamo lavorare tutti uniti, tutti insieme, con una visione complessiva per portare in alto quelli che sono i valori di questo territorio e soprattutto la sopravvivenza, la valorizzazione e il rafforzamento delle nostre aziende agricole. Permettetemi quindi di sollecitare in questa sede l'Unione Europea a prendere seria consapevolezza non soltanto dell'indotto che questo comparto porta sul nostro territorio, ma della sua valenza anche sotto l'aspetto sociale e sotto l'aspetto culturale. Quindi mettiamo sullo stesso piano sostenibilità ambientale e sostenibilità economica, che ci vengano forniti gli strumenti normativi per poter procedere celermente anche sotto l'evoluzione delle varietà resistenti, portando avanti quello che è un tema centrale che anche questo territorio sta seguendo e, permettetemi, senza invece portare avanti politiche che in questo momento, se, ribadisco, dovessero rimanere così, creerebbero più problemi al nostro sistema frutticolo, al nostro sistema agricolo e su questo faremo certamente la nostra parte sostenendo le posizioni del Trentino, del comparto agricolo e saremo per questo sempre al fianco delle nostre aziende. Grazie davvero e vi auguro buon lavoro.
Thank you very much. Assessore, Presidente, signori, vi prego di partire gentilmente. Thank you very much. To all four of you for setting the scene. And now we are ready to dive into the data. And we now arrive at our first kind of headline session, which is to look at the crop data for apples. So I will invite Philippe Binard, who is the General Secretary of Freshveld, but also head of the World Apple and Pear Association. Also Helvig Schwartau, if you could also come up. Helvig Schwartau from AMI. And finally, Klaus Hedlinger from the Association of German Fruit Juice Industry. These are our three speakers for the session, so we will bring you all onto the stage, and then it's easier to make our way through the next three presentations. So as they are taking the stage, Philippe, I will hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone from my side. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like, first of all, to thank Alessandro Dalpiaz and Giulia Montanaro for all the support they brought and the energy, the ideas that they gave to make this event a very nice one. So I hope that the presentation of the data will also be very nice. I think there are some interesting news. But before I go into that, I think it's important to such an audience to remind a little bit the concept, because I think we handled information, we handled data, that we try to be as close as possible to the reality so that everyone can take the best informed decision for the perfect management of the season. It's already a long tradition. It's almost half a century that Prognosfruit is taking place. It was decided that it is a sector responsibility to be working collectively, to have a lot of people behind the figures, which work in the orchard, which collect the information, which understand that the figures that they have at one point might be different at another point. So it's really a teamwork. I am here the spokesman of all the report and the information that we are collecting and trying to put in a way that is understandable. I think what we do here as a private sector is also in close coordination and cooperation with the European demand. European demand, I mean the demand of the European institution, which have market observatory, which have dashboard that they publish with information, and we try not to influence, but to contribute to the content of this information with some business perspective. I think it's really linked also to the need of transparency, that we counter-check with official data, which are collected by Eurostat, and where we see that there is a need also to coordinate and to counter-check with official data. And I think Prognosfruit is also a networking opportunity. So I think you all have a good opportunity to discuss together the figures and your own perspective, and I think that's also one side benefit. The data, we have it with two different focus. One is an holistic approach to production. On the agenda, we have Prognosfruit, which set the data not only for Europe, but we go much broader. It's really a Northern Hemisphere event. But we try also, and that's coming in 6 months, and as we do it also for almost 15 or 20 years now, to collect the information from the Southern Hemisphere. So it's really an initiative which has a global outreach, which is not only ending with the release of the data and then we rest. No, we continue to work to update the crop forecast, but also to have information about the stocks throughout the year, and there are a monthly report as of December usually, where we know also how the crop is progressively being sold on the market. And talking about the market, yes, we have a market approach. We try to look at the differentiation between the fresh and the processed trends. We try to look at the segmentation, and definitively in Apple we have a huge segmentation. We look at quality scheme, the development of club variety, the development of the organic production, and it doesn't stop there. It's not only figures. We try to look what are behind the figures, and therefore we try also to have a qualitative analysis. We will have later some panel discussion which will explain that. We try to have some of the major market data. The stocks is one, and we are working on improving also the international trade trends. So Prognosfruit really allow to have a good way to plan the season, a good way to set up a marketing strategy, taking into account the multiplicity factor that you might have and which could influence the season. Of course, what we do is not rocket science. It depends on a lot of things, but there is one reason why we do that, is that at the end, if we are not providing the right figure, we know that the market will not lie. So we try to be as close as possible to the market reality, so that when we come here and we can look back, and which is what I will try to do first, we know that we have not made big mistakes. I will go with some slight looking back first, when you see the slide. I don't know where I have a pointer or not, but if you look at the slide on the right side, you see that last year we made a mistake, if we can say that, or an adjustment of 2% compared to the forecast and the final figures. That's corresponding to a little bit less than 200,000 tons. So overall, we could say that we have made a relatively good forecast. Last year was one of those years where we have decreased our figures. Normally we increase it. If you see all the different years where you have the graph going up with the green cigars, this is where we adjust upwards. Last year we declined it a little bit by 2%. We try also, and here you have the evidence, that we try to check our data with the official data which come from the member states, which are the so-called Eurostat data, and there are a number of differences, and we know that. Austria, we have the information from Steiermark, but we don't have the whole information for all the country. So we know that there are some differences between our data, 150, and the Eurostat data, which is 90,000 tons more. We know that ANPP in France, that Assomela in Italy will work with their member, which are the things that they have under their control. So it's not a complete review of the country. So we know that there might be 100,000 tons of difference in France and in Italy. But I think this can be explained. But we can also point out that most probably Eurostat make a mistake that we don't understand, because for Romania, we work with the National Institute of Statistics from Romania, but they report a completely different figures to Eurostat. So I think this allows with this dashboard to know that what we do is relatively right. We have also validated the forecast that we have consolidated by variety, and you see that last year there have been some adjustment in Golden, in Gala, in Red Delicious, in Ida Red, but overall I think we were more or less on the target. And I think that's also quite important that we do this kind of exercise by variety. If we look at last year, and I think that might be also something that we have to bear in mind for the future, both for the quantity but also for the quality, we are more and more exposed to climatic conditions. We will see later this morning the figures for Italy on pears, and I think that will be the perfect example how complicated it might be today to have the right estimation. And even now, from the moment that we print the report and the moment that we are today, there might still be some significant differences. So climatic condition was definitively something that impacted last season. Last season, if you remember a year ago, everyone was concerned about the rising cost. We were not knowing exactly where it was going to finish with the fertilizer, the labor cost, the service cost, the machinery, the energy cost also was very important, and this has impacted significantly the volume that has been harvested in several countries, with the concern of not having sufficient remuneration from the market, having to pay the cost of picking and the cost of storage. There were also a lot of difficulty. Part of them has been solved on logistic availability and affordability. They are concerned, and that has been mentioned already in the opening remark, the access to the toolbox that we need to have to mitigate the increasing pest and disease that maybe climate change is bringing. And we are suspecting that there might be still in the next months what we have experienced last year, which was all the geopolitical turbulences, not only in the place of conflict and aggression, but also elsewhere in the world when there are more difficulty. And for our sector it was quite important with Egypt, which have difficulty to have currency to buy and prefer to give priority to other products like grain. There is therefore an Egyptian saga, but also overall in the world we have noted a growing protectionism. Inflation was there. It was of course impacting the production cost, logistic cost, but it was also affecting the consumer purchasing power, and we have seen that last year. The consumption, therefore, is under pressure and might remain under pressure. And that has been translated also to an imbalance in the supply and demand of organic. So, as Luc has mentioned, there have been elements last season where people were satisfied, some others were not satisfied, they were up and down, which at the end is leading to a different outcome of the season. When you make the balance of the season, for each grower there might be a different story. Talking about inflation, I think that it's important to remind that when we talk about that, in particular on the element of the purchasing power of the consumer that we see in the little graph that you have there, today 15% of the household resource are dedicated to food purchasing, and it's coming from an average of 10% in Europe. So that means that food is more expensive, but it has not necessarily been on the fruit and vegetable side, and our President Freshfeld has always started to make some campaign about that, and we try to communicate on this, that the fruit and vegetable sector is not the one who has been driving inflation in the food sector. So it remains a relatively attractive and affordable category, but that has not been perceived like that by consumer. And I think the trends that we have, sometimes we are looking at ourselves, we look in our little province or region or country, saying that we are the most affected. So we have been teaming up with different organizations in the world to look at the evolution of this price, and I invite you to go to the link when you receive the presentation, where we have compared the increase of cost that we have noted in across the world for electricity, for energy, for plant protection products, for utilities, and I think that's quite an interesting comparison to understand a bit the dynamic which is affecting obviously the European production, but it's also affecting production in the rest of the world. If we look at the depletions last year, we have this tool that I have mentioned, where every month, as of December, we provide the storing. So we have, on the one hand, the stocks level, and then out of that we can also look at what has been the total sales. There is a lot of figures there. We don't have to comment them because that will be quite boring to do so, but you can see that there have been a relatively smooth depletion with some moment during the year that has been peaking with some relatively nice uptake from the market, in particular as of the second part of the season. From February onwards, there were relatively good uptake, which have allowed at the end to come at the end of July with a relatively empty market for the start of the new season. I think on the export side, there have been some difficulty. We have been exporting less. Logistic was one of the reasons. Protectionism was one of the reasons. There have been, in particular, to one of the main markets, which is Egypt, a number of difficulties with the letter of credit, then the implementation of an agreement with the International Monetary Fund. There have been issues of barter trade, which came back. And now, for the new season, we are handling with the European Commission the case that Egypt has introduced a new custom tax. I think we can be proud on the one hand because this custom tax has been introduced on luxury product, and Apple is part of the luxury product, unfortunately. But we try to see whether this is an infringement with the free trade agreement that the Egyptians have with the European Union. We should not talk too much about price because it's always very difficult, but there are some trends that we could say. These are the aggregate compilation of data from the Commission. The red line is the one of the trends of last year. So overall, it was relatively high, started low, but then throughout the months up to December, it has started to improve. And then in the last part of the season, from February onwards to June, price has been going up. But I think we should not be misled by the data. These are average price from category 1, ex-packing, so it's not really corresponding to the total or the individual situation on the total crop return. And this exercise is done also with different countries. The Commission do that for Poland, for Italy, for France, for Germany, where you can have the information. And also they do that by variety with a very complex and difficult trends for different variety of apple, also for pears. So I think information is there, it is monitored, and this is for golden, the trends, but overall you see a certain flow which started relatively low and have been moving up throughout the season. So this allows us to make a supply balance. It is not rocket science, but I think it is a good information to debrief what is the outcome of the season. So I think we should not be confused with the figures. I would like to take this opportunity to indicate, if you look at the production, so Prognosfruit for apple, it's about 21 countries which make the forecast. We then have a number of other countries like Bulgaria, like Ireland, like Finland that we have to add, and this is why you have a slightly different figures from the one that I've been proof checking in the forecast that we made. So the production last year for the whole European Union was 11.8 million tons. There have been exchange between the different member states about 1.5 million tons. A little bit more than 1 million has been exported to third country. About 4.8 million tons has been processed, which was giving, therefore, if you take the process out of the market, you have the total availability of the fresh market from the European Union, out of which, if we take to the 7 million the export volume, that was close to 6 million tons which were available for sales on the fresh market, plus 200,000 tons of import, that was giving a market size about 56,000 tons. So if we divide that by the population, you then have the trends for consumption for the fresh market, and you see over the year that we have been under pressure, and this reconfirms a little bit the feeling that everyone had that the consumption was under pressure. And if we then look a little bit the breakdown about what is being sold on the local market, so Apple are primarily a local, meaning the sales on their own domestic market, which can vary from Poland, which is 99% Polish apple on the market. For France, it will be about 60 or 70%. Italy will be a little bit more. So I think there are differences among the member states, but the consolidation is that 36% of the apple are being sold on the domestic market, 13% are being moved from the different member states, 9% are export, and 40% are being processed. On top of that, we can add another 2% from the import. So I think most of you are more here to look at what is going to happen. First of all, we should look, before I give you the figures, we should look at how the horse chart is evolving. When you see there is a declining trend from the last 10 years to stabilize today about 150,000 hectares with the breakdown by country. For 2023, I've been adding one or two figures, which are WAPA figures, because they were not yet on the Eurostat data. So you see that we have today 150,000 hectares. Volumes has been down, but productivity has been increased, so provided it is not impacted by a number of climatic events. I have taken some picture from the European Copernicus system, which provide evolution by a period of 6 weeks. This is more in spring, where we have seen that there have been a lot of rain in some parts, which are the blue part, and some drought, and that has been particularly impacting Spain, which had significant drought, and they've been up and down in the forecast made by Spain and Catalonia in particular. And for the rest, I think there have been less frost events this year. There have been, in Italy, in particular in Emilia-Romagna, there have been some frost episodes, late frost. And then when we look at what has been happening more in the summer, I'm excluding in this part because it's going up to the mid of July, some of the other reverse elements that we have, where there have been more rain in some part, in Spain, part of Italy, and all of that could influence, obviously, the quality of the product, but also the volume, because I think in Spain, from a production which was expected to be completely lost, at the end there is production. So if we go to the figures that we have been providing, we have this year 11,410,000 tons that we have been collecting from our 21 countries. So it's a relatively small crop. I would like to take this moment to inform you that we decided to remove, historically also, the UK from the data. So this is relating to the EU 27. And you have in your material a little booklet which provides you the summary. Don't be afraid, there is no embargo on the information. We have taken a decision with Asomela and APOT not to print the report. We are also environmental friendly, so the report will be digitally available, and you have a QR code at the end, but don't go there for the moment because you will not have access. We will give you at the end of the day the password to get into the forecast figure. So back to the figures. You might see, and that's also maybe another innovation, we might put this, it's an interactive tool that has been elaborated by my colleague Gil to check what are the trends in each of the countries by clicking on the different icon. You can go into the detail per country, and the reverse when we go to variety. Highlight for the figures for this year, Poland is currently below 4 million, like a supermarket sales, 399. But it might go a little bit up depending of the evolution of the drought that are being in different regions. Italy is relatively stable, 2.1. France is going up after 2 years, which were more in the region of 1.3. Germany will be below the million, and you can go and check. There are some decline of production in Belgium. There is a recovery of production in Hungary, even if some of the volume might go more to the processing than it used to go. And Spain, as I've been mentioning, finally has a relatively robust figure at 536,000 tons. If we go by variety, I think there is, on the one hand, still a relatively strong golden position with 2.1 position. Gala continue to go up and is in fact reaching one of its peak figures with 1.5 million tons. And then we have still the development of other new variety that we try to dig a little bit into. It's mainly club variety that are included there, and you have there some of the trends for Pink Lady, so those which are part of the club quality-wise, the evolution for Kanzi, for Jazz, for Envy, Ambrosia, Honey Crunch. So I think there is a long list, and we see every year that there are more development of different variety. Looking at some of the elements, but there will be a panel discussion with experts who will give you more detail, but I try to give you here the substance. regarding size, it's overall on average in most of the country. There are still expectations about possible development depending of water availability. The sizes are small in Austria and Slovenia. They are relatively large in France, Hungary, Portugal and Romania. About harvest time, it's on average, both from the historical and from last year in Belgium and Hungary, but it's in most of the country earlier than last year. That's the case in Austria, Belgium, Czechia and Croatia, France, Netherlands and Portugal. So picking time will be starting a little bit earlier, except in Greece, where it could be a little bit later, and just 1 week also earlier in Portugal. About quality, there are, of course, a number of elements that we have to monitor. Impact of hail in different places, usually quite punctual, so difficult to assess. Some consequence of scab and insect due to, I would say, more climate evolution. There were some difficulty in flowering in different places where it was either cold or too rainy. And then we still have some impact of the drought in south of Europe and the northeast like this. So we have to monitor what is going to happen in the months of August and also in September until the time that all the picking is being done. In terms of organic, we see a slight decline. I think this is probably reflecting already the negative trends from consumer. These are the data that we handle. You will have a presentation later by Gerhard, who will also give you more focus about the European Biohopes Forum data, which I have put there. So there are some differences depending what is the scope that you take. And I have inserted that for those who would like to study a little bit more in detail the figures that are collected by Eurostat, because the European Commission in their action plan for developing organic production towards their target of 25% of the land being organic in 2030. They are also providing information on acreage and on production. So you have there. So altogether we see that there is some good development of the production, which is over 1 million tons today in the EU. Sorry, I was not at the right place. So you have there the breakdown based on the Eurostat data compared to the one that I've just mentioned. In terms of processing, we will probably have more volume going to processing, which means if you look at the graph over there, that you have from a production of 11.4, we expect production to processing 4.5, which is a little bit less than last year, but meaning also that there will be, given the lower crop, less volume on the fresh market. So we estimate, compared to last year, which was 6.9, that about 6.8 million tons of apple will be available for the fresh market, which give a breakdown of 60-40%, respectively, for fresh and processed. But what is happening elsewhere? I think, interestingly, it's not only Europe which will have lower production. China continue with its relatively low figure at 37 million tons. So last year it was 36. This is now 37. So technically it's up, but it remains relatively small in terms of the potential of the production, which is mainly around 45 million tons. Main reason was heavy snow in some of the province. India, interesting also for trade. If China is slow, I think there are some good opportunity on the Southeast Asian market. In the case of India, they will have a low production, below 2 million tons compared to the 2.8 that they have last year. If we look also the United States. They will be also slightly lower compared to last year. So I think when we look the whole picture from the northern hemisphere, you have the three big plays being China, India, and United States with a relatively small crop. Mexico will be also a little bit down. And then we didn't have a figure for Russia, so we reconducted the figures of last year. Serbia is going a little bit up, Moldova a little bit up. So I think that's give you a trend. In the case of the United Kingdom, I have put 240, but it seems that the parameter that we have will lead relatively to a decrease of that volume by 20%. In the case of Turkey, they continue their progression and they are reaching now 4.6 million tons. Just a small reminder, the volumes that we had from the southern hemisphere, which were relatively low, and I think that is then felt on the market. There have been relatively small volume which has been imported into the European Union. It's not over, but I think that's where it is. And I think now to try to come to my conclusion, to set the scene, I think on the one hand, I think we say that we have excluded the UK from our data, but they remain very much at the end part of the system. They have always found a good excuse, which was never Brexit, to delay the process. First it was COVID, then it was inflation, and again now they say that the control will not start to take place, meaning no pre-notification, meaning no obligation of a phyto certificate, and we see that it is becoming the new normal in the post-Brexit environment to limit the control or not have any control. We still have to see what is going to happen with Egypt. We follow that quite closely to understand the situation, and I think there is also another element which is good for American colleagues, which after several years of consequences of the Trump policy, have seen reach an agreement to remove the extra duty that India was imposing on their export to India. So, as I used to do, I think when we look at the season, how it can look like, there is not only one element which will drive the season. It's not only the 11.4 million tons that I have been announcing. There is a lot of different factors. Here you probably have 25 factors which can influence the season, so it's difficult to know or to give, but we will ask Elvik in a moment to give its analysis and understanding of that. There are strengths, there are weaknesses, there are opportunities, there are threats. Among the strengths, definitively, we have a balanced crop. That's one element which plays a role. We have relatively positive size and organoleptic assets for the production. We have an ongoing diversity of the assortment, which are all driving quality up. There is a relatively good balance between the fresh and the processed market. There is a good timing for the start of the season. There is an ongoing renovation of the orchard in different places for new variety, more productive variety. We have permanent nutritional asset for the market. We have also a lot of environmental and water asset that we can value in today's environment. We have opportunity, an empty market, no stock or no overlap with the southern hemisphere. We have a strategy from the EU to move towards a more plant diet or plant-based diet. There is an EU cancer plan where fruit and vegetables have a relatively good prevention role to play. We have a manageable orchard. We have positive footprint. And when we look, there is a good local demand and an intra-EU demand. So there are some policy tools that I invite you to use for promotion. There are some growth that are still possible in consumption. The levels are relatively low, and could be increased. And there will be some opportunity in Asia, as I have mentioned, try to consolidate also what we have in Egypt. And then, of course, we have to keep on the radar the weaknesses. We still have a fragmentation of the segmentation, so we have to make sure that we focus on the right variety demanded by consumer. There are still limited marketing budget used by the sector from own resource or from maybe from support compared to the agri-food sector, which is heavily branded and which have in total a turnover of a marketing budget equivalent to the turnover of the fruit and vegetable sector. So it's quite impressive. We will have to continue to see how to adapt the demand to the supply to the demand of organic, because that has created a number of instability last year. Need to mitigate some of the pest and disease without necessarily having all the tools. We have to look at the position and a fair position throughout the supply chain so that we can all contribute to the same goals of stimulating the consumption, coping with climate change, sometimes very punctually in some region. Labor shortage, I think, is still there, and we should look at how to improve the competitiveness of the sector. We will not be excluded from any geopolitical situation. Even if we are bystander, we have to face the consequence and sometimes pay 1 or 2 times the same consequences of these geopolitical instability. And we have still a lack of resource used by us in the sector, depends on the margin for the stimulation of the consumption. On the threat, I will put climatic condition on the top, together with some policy which might be impacting us, packaging, impacting the quality and the sales volume, the SUR regulation, the sustainable use regulation, and the limitation of solution to adapt the production and to be competitive and qualitative. And then how do we handle the lack of purchasing power of the consumer, the inflation and the rising costs, which will remain there, impacting the total return, market access and protectionism, and then the geopolitical uncertainty, which I hope will soon come to an end. So I think that's the background to wish you a good season. You have on the radar a number of points of reflection to do that, and we should all use all the nutritional value of the apple to make it happen. So I will stop here. I'm sure, Mike, that you will be upset that I take a little bit more time, but I think it was important to set the scene.
No problem, Philippe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Take a seat. Philippe, I hope that you can put the UK back into your figures at some point in the future. We've looked at production. Thank you, Philippe, for giving us so much detail there. And now we turn to Helvig Schwartau, who's going to look more at the market outlook. Thank you, Helvig.
Thank you. Okay. This is the one. Good morning to everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak to you about the apple market. I will give you a short review of the last season and an outlook for the coming season. A lot of facts. You have a lot of to discuss during the breaks, and I think also in the evening. Okay, now we are starting with a lot of facts. At first, after the disaster in the last season, we are optimistic about the future for the coming season. And here now the difference between both seasons. At first, we have a look at the situation of the supply. Last year, high European stocks from the crop of 2021, then high overseas imports in the last season, strong apple crops in 2022, and a very difficult situation about the ripeness for the apples. And on the other hand, positive fact was less overseas imports in this spring and summer. Then we have a look at the coming season, what will happen. European stocks from 2022 are cleared. Less overseas imports. I will show you some slides. And we will have a lower crop to the last year. And I think, hopefully not too ripe apples. At this stadium, we have in some regions a lot of hail, but I think we will have a good ripeness, not too ripe. Then we are coming to the position consumption. Unsettled consumers we had, less buying volume, and price consumers shopping. On the other hand, receptive market for processing apples that are the good news of the last season. And this year, I think, it's not green line, it's orange in my opinion. Economic situation slightly improved. I will show you some slides in the morning. Still price consumers shopping, yes, okay. But I think we will have more buying volume from the consumers. And also the same situation or the better situation about the processing market. And last year we have a big problem with higher production and trading cost. Last year we have the meeting in Serbia and I held a mirror of the market to you. Impressed my unpleasant outlook. But the market development was even worse than I expected. It was a very difficult season. And now, for this season, I think we will have better conditions than the last season. And the challenge for you is, enforce higher prices, fight for the producers. This is my message at the beginning of my lecture. And don't talk about the situation, but do it. But do it. Now we are coming to the situation of the last season. Here are the monthly sales in Germany, France and Italy. At first we have a look at the monthly sales in Germany. Here are the figures from 2019, 20, 21 and 22. Have a look at the blue graph of the figures. These are the figures from September. It's going down year by year. And in total of this month, it was in 2022 only 58,000 tons. And have a look at the situation. These are the figures from September, stable of the last years. And then we have a difficult market in last year and it's going down 5,000 tons. And this was a very bad situation for the Germans in the autumn. And now we have a look at the figures at France, the same level, stable in 2019 and 2020. It's going down because a lower crop, and only in the last season the same volume, the same buying volume. And they lost in 2022-23 compared to the average of the last years, 8.7%. It's a lot of. And now we are coming to the situation in Italy, and in my opinion is very bad. Sorry, but your consumption in Italy is a negative development of the years. Have a look at the sales volumes, the monthly sales volumes from November, starting 2019, close to 50,000 tons, and then it's going down year by year, and in total this month, 2022, only 40,000 tons. They lost 10,000 tons. And I hope you break this development and the consumption for the next years is going up. But this is difficult for you. And now we are coming, sorry, I have an overview about the consumption in Europe. The yearly change rate in percent of the last years. Italy, remember the last chart, minus 1.9%. Austria is going down. Germany, we had some crops with a very high volume. It's slightly going up. Poland is going down. France is going down. Spain is going down. Belarus is going down. And in total, we lost year by year at the fresh markets 30 to 40,000 tons of dessert apples. And now, my message for you, we needed better quality, that the consumers buy apples and they don't switch to other products, for example, berries. and also the same changing varieties move from Golden Delicious, from Ida Red, from Braeburn to more club varieties. Okay, now we are coming to the situation of the climate study, what happened. Here are the figures from Germany. I think we have the same situation in our neighbors. Here are the figures from June 2021 to June 2023. The economic expectations, income expectations, and consumer climate. And have a look at the situation from August last year. It's going down in all parts of the markets. It was a deep situation. And now, this is my hopeness, it's going up, slightly going up. Have a look at the last month. We have a positive trend, and I think it is possible that the consumers get more apples. But we have a problem. We have a problem about the prices for fresh food. Here are the AMI Fresh Food Index in Germany, changes in compared to the same month of previous years. Have a look at the situation 2021, the figures from August, 4.7% higher price. It's okay, it's normal. But then we have a strong increase in prices, mostly for agriculture products. It's going up. The peak in November, December, January, more than 20%, and now it's going down 9%. It's a good situation, a better situation. Please, if you have compared the situation, the price for food to 2021, you have increasing price to 2022, 16%. In addition, 9% of 2023, and the food price compared to 2021 is 20% higher than this year, 22. The situation, it's not so easy for the customers, but I'm optimistic about the situation. Now we are coming, Philipp talked about the higher production cost. Here the higher production costs in Germany, climbing up 10 euros for 100 kilogram. I think you have the same situation in all countries. And then we have the prices of the last year. We have a gap to the last year, for example, in January, more than 10 euros. In total, for the producers, we have a gap, higher production cost, lower producer price, in addition 20 cents. And this 20 cents we need plus for the next season. We need it for a stable production in the future. And now we are coming to the situation of the retailers in Germany. It's going up, the same development as the producer prices, but I think it's too late. I have an interesting discussion with retailers in Germany in March, April, and I said we'd have a discussion about the situation in summer, and I give an outlook, and I said we will have a gap at the Jona Gold Group or Golden Delicious. No, that's not right, he said. And we don't change the prices. But we need a good cooperation between the producers and the traders and the retailers. When we get less volume for a time in the future, we need the reaction now and not 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 8 weeks later. This is my message for the retailers. Now we're coming to the situation of the European imports for overseas. What happened there? Here are the figures arrived till the end of July. At first Gala, you know the production problems in New Zealand or the hail in South Africa. Gala is going down, Braeburn is going down, Pink Lady is going down because we have enough Pink Lady from Europe until the end of July. In total, we get 40,000 tons or 80,000 tons less than the previous years. a good situation. UK and America is not so interesting for us. And in total, they exported from the southern hemisphere around 900,000 tons. But interesting for us are the weekly imports to the European countries. And here is the graph in total, starting on a low level in March, April, the same level as in 2022, but it's not going up. It's not going up because the very good market outside from Europe, and we have a very low level. And therefore, the exporters said to the retailers, we need this money. If we don't get this money, we switch to other continents. And here are the price level of the last season, for example, for New Zealand Gala, 18 kilograms. Prices on the top, higher than the last years. Now we are coming to the situation, our situation in Europe for the coming season. Philip talked about the stocks. Here are the stocks of the 1st of July. 200,000 tons less. It's a lot of. It's a very good starting position for the next season. Apple stocks by variety, Jona Gold Group, 50,000 tons less. In the Jona Gold groups, the gap is bigger than Jona Gold. And I think the last traders will finish this season in the first week of September or in the end of August. It's a very good situation. In the last years, I think we never had it. We have an open market for the new crop. But interesting is what could happen. What should we do in the next month? I have a calculation about the stocks at the 1st of December. What could happen? Normally, this is the calculation, the sales from harvest, the figures from harvest presented from Philip, move to the 1st of December around 60%. These are the figures of the last years. For example, in the season 2021-23, 59.2%. In the last season, we have a lot of problems with ripeness. It's going up more than 60%. That means we had in the last season only a stock around 4.4 million tons. A very low level. Remember my lecture from the last year, you have to force the movement and you must have a low stocks at the 1st of December. And now I think for this season, I don't know what could happen about the consumption during the season, but I think it's optimal that we get the same stocks as the last year. That means we have to move until the 1st of December 60 to 8%, not less. If we have the same movement as in 2023, 24, 2021, 22, we'll have in stock around 4.75 million tons. And I think this is too high for a stable market during the season 2023-24. Please use the chance, the open market in the next month. Now we are coming to my estimation about the volume for the fresh markets. Here are the figures of previous years. Then the season 2022-23 is going down because the Polish people and also the traders or the producers in Western Europe sent a lot of apples to processing, only 6.6 million tons. Because Poland, 70 to 75% of the crop are shipped to the processing, and therefore is going down to 1 million tons for the East. not only Poland, including, for example, Hungary and other countries, Czechia. And now, what could happen the next season? I think we will have in Western Germany, Western Europe more, and it's necessary that Poland shipped to the processing 70%, not less. If we have, they send 60%, they have too many apples for the fresh markets. And the difference in Western Europe is so, I think, north of Germany, based on lower crop in Germany or in Belgium and the Netherlands, is -7%. On the other hand, south is going up because more apples in France or in Spain. This is the base for the next season. Now we are coming to the situation for the main varieties, for the B-color apples. At first, we have a look at the situation Jona Gold Group. I think we will have a relaxed start, defensive sales until spring, and I think we will have normal stocks in the summer 2024. Why? The crop this year is 160,000 tons less than the last years. Therefore, we are relaxed. And in Germany, 5,000 tons less, Netherlands, 5,000 tons less, and in Belgium, 30,000 tons less about cutting the trees. This volume is only for the domestic markets. They have a problem, exports, in competition to Poland in the market of Scandinavia, for example. Then we have a look at the situation for Gala. We will have a top crop, but I think we will have no pressure. We have a starting price higher than usual. Today, we are looking for new varieties for Gala. They want it, they want it, they want it. And now they pay, for example, for apples preparing for food trainer, for example, between 100 and 110 euros for 100 kilogram. It's a very high starting price based on the low volume from overseas and the very high price level for the last New Zealand Gala, for example. But we need a break. We need a break from our consumption, for example, at the 1st of September. I think it's going down to get more consumption in the European market. But if the producers in Europe going down with the prices, I think the retailers do the same. And they not are waiting 3 or 5 weeks, and we have a lower price level in the production and a stable high prices at the retail, and we have no demand, not enough demand. This is a cooperation between the producer organization and the retailers necessary. Now we are coming, I think it's interesting, for Gala. We have a look at the situation in Germany. Month by month, the volumes from their own country, own production, around 60 and 65%. I think it's higher because we have a lot of apples without the origin. Italy is most important for the German market. Market share, month by month, in average more than 10%. And the last year, in July and August, only 8%. The other European countries are not so interesting, but overseas interesting. The market share, July, August, with a strong pressure, is going up in August to 20%. And now, what could happen? I think we have an open market, we have no pressure from overseas, and it's possible that the Italian traders get a market share in Germany in August, the same level as 2021. It's a double volume than last year. I think it's possible. I think you will need you use this chance to force your stocks. Now we are coming to the other bicolor apples, for example, Braeburn. No news the last years. We have a stable crop around 200,000 tons, and the stocks, I think, is around 110,000 tons. And we have in Germany less Elsa crop, and we have a relaxed market for the Jona Gold group, and I think we will have a good market for Braeburn. And also in the last time of the season, 2023-24, I think we will have less apples from New Zealand. They cut the trees, Braeburn. And Elster, it's interesting why Germany is the most important import market in Western Europe for apples coming from outside. Last year we have a strong problem with Elster, and now it's going down. Only 180,000 tons crop. Last year, close to 250,000 tons. And that means for the Germans, I think we will have a stable market for Gala. And this is important for the Germans. We leave our markets. We are coming to the situation of export volumes. And we lost in the time from August to April export volumes, 80,000 tons. Why? It's going down Eastern Europe. I'm not surprised about the situation. The border in Belarus was a lot of months closed. Kazakhstan is more important. But interesting other markets outside from Europe, Middle East, for example, is going up. Saudi Arabia, they want more apples from the European country. Africa is going down. You know the situation in Egypt. Philip talked about the situation. And very interesting, I'm surprised about these figures. The volume we shipped to the South and Middle America, it's going down, it's going up, 60,000 tons more. And which markets are there? Brazil, 60,000 tons. Colombia, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama also. And this is a market, and I think I talked with the traders, with the exporters of these countries, and they said, I think it is possible that we get more exports in the coming season, before Brazil is starting with their own apples. And why not increasing volume to these markets more than 100,000 tons? 120 or 130,000 tons. I'm very optimistic. And mostly they send Gala to this market. And we have in Europe, a top volume. And this is the moment to say, yes, okay, we have a better domestic market in Europe, and we have also more possibilities export to these markets. UK is slightly going down, and Far East is the same as the last years. And now we have a look at the situation in the most important markets outside from Europe for us. Here are the figures from India. It's going down last year. There was a stronger production in India, and now I think you have seen the production for the coming year in India is going down. And therefore the possibility to send also more apples to these markets. But there's a strong competition, for example, to Turkey. Turkey in the last year was stable because they have an inflation rate at around 80%. And they could offer on a cheap price level. On the other hand, Italy is slightly going down this year because we have some problems with Gala, with the ripeness, but in the last part of the season, more sales with Red Delicious. US market is going down the last year, but I heard the tax, the last year 70% is going down to 50%, is the same level as for the other countries, and I think they will send more apples to these markets. And I'm enjoyed about the Polish people. Last year, close to 30,000 tons. It's a good way for the Polish traders. Import prices, 3 levels we have. The bad level, the lowest level, Iran. Import price around 40 euros for 100 kilogram. Poland, Turkey and Belgium on the same level. Italy higher, and the top is New Zealand. And now we are coming to the situation in Brazil, Chile, the big one, Italy, it's going up, 40,000 tons. Portugal is also going up, Spain. And these are the figures, the total import volumes of Brazil in last year. And remember, it is possible that we send more apples from Europe to these markets. And everybody is talking about the UJs in China. China, a very big market with a production more than 30 million tons. But have a look at the imports of the apples, only between 20 and 25,000 tons and not more. The most important market for us in the future are India and Brazil and other Latin American markets. Now we are coming to Polish. 4 million tons, and the application for Polish. Why I give you information of Polish? 30% of the European countries are from Poland. Therefore, it's interesting, what should they do? Consumption, domestic markets, 400,000 tons. Processing, 1.9 million tons. And year by year, 70% apples to the processing. And this is for the producers to produce apples on a high quality, and you have to send 70% of the crop to the processing market. It's very terrible. And on the other hand, only 700,000 tons exports. And here in total, the volumes with the export markets, Eastern countries, is going down because the problem we know. Western Euros, in the last season, we have enough apple. We don't need the Polish apple until March. After March, we get some apples from them. Africa is going down the half volume based on Egypt. And only 700,000 tons. 100,000 tons less than the both years before. And I think it's only possible that they get the same volume or maximize 750,000 tons because maybe more exports to India. In the first part of the season, of the lectures, I told you switching to better quality to club varieties. It was a very difficult situation the last time because the consumers, they are buying apples on a low price level. But I think if the consumers get more money, I think we will have more consumption for the best qualities. Thank you for the support to the managers. I get a lot of figures. On the left side, on the top, Pink Lady, Crips, this is a figure for total, brutto volume. On the other hand, Nicota or Kenzie, Evelina, Jazz and Kimson Snow, these are the varieties with 50,000 tons and more. And then there comes the range between 30 and 50,000 tons with increasing volume. For example, Ambrosia, Envy, Cosmic Chris is going up from 10,000 tons to 40,000 tons in the next 5 years. Kiko is stable, Tessa is interesting, from 12,000 tons to more than 30,000 tons. And a lot of other varieties, they are coming. In 2028, a lot of varieties or brands with 20,000 tons. In total, I think we will have this crop, but only in Western Europe, around 770,000 tons, plus the other varieties, I don't know which, but 770,000 tons, and it's going up year by year between 70 and 100,000 tons. And in 2028, it's possible that we get 1.15 million tons. It's increasing. This is the way for the future. At least we are coming to the situation of processing apples. In the first part of the lectures, I said we will have a good market for processing. Why? Good starting position. The stocks of apple juice concentrate and NFC are on average, or they are low. And the processing industry, they are waiting for the new apples. Less crop, I think, you know my figures from the last slides. Processing volume in Poland is going down, 600,000 tons. On the other hand, the other eastern countries, they have good crops, but they don't compensate it. And the German backyards, it's interesting for the processing. We have only from VDF, Klaus will set more than after my lecture, only 300,000 tons. That means for the German markets, a low volume for processing and an impact for a better consumption for table apples. And we have stronger competition with China, I think. We have the same volume, but it's possible more trading because the transport costs are going down, and it's possible that we have 100,000 tons more apple juice concentrate from China. No directly exports, for example, to the US market. They are via Turkey, and they have no tax as this one. But the transport cost back to normal, more trade. Energy costs are going down. And what's very important is supply bottleneck for orange juice. We have a deficit in the crop in Florida, low stocks in Brazil, and the price for orange juice is around 3,500 euro for a ton. It's a double price than normal. And I think it's possible that the consumers get more apple juice concentrate or NFC, but more from Klaus. In my calculation, the volume from processing, I think it's the same level as Philip said. I think including the backyard in Germany or the backyard in Poland, Turkey, Ukraine, Moldova or Serbia, we have 10% less processing apples compared to the last year. And have a look at the price for apple juice concentrate. They are on a very high level. Now they paid 1.6 euros for a kilogram. Have a look of the CGAs in the last year. And the trader said, we have a good global market and the prices are not going down. And this is the impact, I think, for a good price for processing. Here are the Polish prices for processing the last years, 2022-23. We had a price level, free industrial around 8 to 9 euros. And I think it's possible that we have a price level in Poland, free industrial, between 11 and 13 euros. Some traders said minimum 12 euros. And now they paid for the first apples picked up around 10, 11 euros. I think it's possible. And some said this is not the top 13 euros. It is possible that we get higher prices. And therefore the prices for processing apples in West Europe, it's 2 or 3 euros on this prices. For the producers, for the producer organizations, it is possible to ship bad qualities for stabilizing the market for fresh apples, for table apples, send these bad qualities to this market. At least some information about the organic apples. Here are the figures. We are in cooperation with EBF. You know the figures from Philip. These are the crop of 2021-22. On the left side, the tons, the weekly demand for table apples, and on the other hand, the right side, the prices. These are the level of the last year. The start of the season was the same as conventional, not so good. They are starting on a lower price level, and in the last time of the season, the demand is going up, and now, at the end of August, the last stocks of organic apples from the crop 2022 are finished. And I think, and this is a good way, EBF members are from Germany, from Austria, and South Tyrol. And these are the figures. They sell more table apples to the fresh markets than the years before, including the problems for some regions in Italy or in France. It's another situation. A lot of apples in the last part of the season are shipped to the conventional market. It's okay for the Germans, but I think it's a very difficult market for the regions in Italy or in France. And here are the level. The estimation of the crop is the same level as last year, and I think the organic traders, they have a better starting with higher volume, normal consumption during winter, and it's not necessary that they get the same high consumption in the last part of the season. And the prices, they started on a higher level than last year, and they hope that they have, during the season, a stable level. But the situation for processing apples of the organic sector is difficult, because the consumers said the price by the retailers is too high. We don't want apple juice concentrate from organic apples. And therefore, we have a look at the price level of the last year. But I think after the discussion yesterday evening, a lot of traders are empty with organic use apple. But in the last part of this season, they don't want the rest of organic apples. They said, no, send it please to the conventional processing. And therefore, the traders for apple juice organic are empty, mostly empty. But I don't know what happened the next season. But I think we will have a good market for table apples organic, yes, for the most countries, and it's difficult for processing. So, you get a lot of facts from me. My conclusion about the apple market for the coming season: less harvest, maybe slightly more table apples than 2022. I think the quality is better than last year. In Poland, it's necessary that they ship 70% of the crop to processing. We have less apples in the north and more in the south. Consumption, only good qualities for the market. Use the open market in August, September, October. And starting on a very high prices, but don't overdraw the prices in September, October. This is dangerous. But fight for higher prices for the producers. Difficult market in Asia, I think India is more possible, also Latin America. In the processing, we will have a good market on a high price level. Organic under pressure, some traders with high juice. This is my information before we have the event yesterday evening. And I think we have to fight for increasing prices. This is my message. And you know my message of the last years: don't forget to sell. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much, Helvig. Please take a seat, a well-earned rest there. Lots of detail there for everyone to take in. But to get a fresh perspective on this, we're going to now turn to Klaus Hettlinger from the German juice processing industry.
Yeah, thank you very much. You heard that 40% of the apples go to the processing industry, which I represent as from the Association of the German Fruit Juice Industry. Filipina said, you're an industry speaker, you don't get any money, so I promise to also, for my more efficiency, to work less for no money, and for you to get earlier to the coffee break. So I hope to be through in 15 minutes, okay? So these are the facts that I like to show you, but you're going to see them later. So this is the fruit juice sector in Germany. We have 350 companies in Germany. That's every 50. That's 50% of the whole European fruit juice industry. So half of the companies are situated in Germany, and very small ones that do 300 almost 300. Germany have only 18% of the turnover, and the big 13 companies have 82% of the turnover. So it's quite a concentrated industry, but still sometimes too small for retail. So what are the Germans drinking? We are many Germans, as you all know. So I take this as an example. We are competing with the drinks without alcohol, which are soft drinks, that's Coke and colleagues, 120 liters per capita, and mineral water, 130. We have only 28% of fruit juice consumption. That is less than 100 ml per day. So and we are world champion in drinking juices. Also, we Germans drink less beer, almost 90 liters per capita. What we drink the most is bean coffee with 167 liters. So, but what I wanted to show you, the total figure, it's about 720 liters per capita. And if you divide that by the years, it's 2 liters of liquid that we can push in every German. So it's very hard to get our share in the stomachs and in the throats of the Germans. So it's not an easy task. So what are the most popular fruit juices? We have apple, around 5 liters. Then apple spritzer, that is apple with water and CO2. And then orange is the biggest one. And then we have multivitamin juice, which is a mixture of apple and orange and something exotic like mango or maracuja. And we have grape that mainly comes from Italy, from Botta and San Gabriele, yeah, 2 companies. And we have pineapple that comes from Costa Rica and Philippines. So the consumption of fruit juices is declining in Germany since many years due to the sugar. The sugar is good if it's in apples, but if you press the apple and the fructose stays in the apple juice, then it's bad for your health, and you gain weight. That's the story about it. So, but not looking at the amount of sugar, we have the so-called peach tea cohort that is from the GfK, from the market, and this is the people around 18 and older. They drink peach tea, that is tea, sometimes brewed, sometimes just aroma and sugar and peach aroma, and this is sold for 60, 70 or €1 per liter. And then we have the older cohort, which are the people older than 25, and they drink a lot of energy drinks. The most famous is Red Bull, and Red Bull is drunk almost as much as apple juice per capita in Germany. So you see, or Red Bull as a symbol for energy drink. And if you look at it in retail, how is the presentation of fruit juices in retail? I look at Lidl. I know there's a guy from Moravia here. Next time I make more pictures from Moravia, okay? And but you have seen already some. So you see on the left side, that's how juice is presented at the stores of Lidl. And on the right picture, you see the energy drinks. It's the same amount of presentation of space in retail, but you see it's much easier. You just bring in pallets. Before that, we were selling orange juice and apple juice in pallets. Now we sell them by smaller cartons. So that's an important sign that how the meaning or how the importance of juices is declining. So we have cloudy chupels, cloudy apple juices, NFC. NFC means not from concentrate, and you see it costs 149 euros per liter, which is, yeah, as I said, not from concentrate. From concentrate apple juice, the price level that you can sell it in retail, I think it's 1 euro. If the price level is above, the consumption sinks drastically. But there are young brands for young people like Fritz Cola, Fritz Spritz. They put more water in and CO2, and they sell but a smaller amount for triple the price. So you can see on the on down, you can see 1 liter costs about almost 4 euros. So it's a marketing issue. It's like also energy drinks are a marketing issue as well. It's not the production cost. What we saw that brands in Germany, always say they raised their prices, but then they went more into promotions. So the price you see here, it's almost 3 euros for 1.5 liters, but then it's sold in promotion. So the promotion part of juices in Germany, it's increasing. For orange juice, we had a few low harvests in Brazil, which is the major supplier. 80% of all orange juice in the world is coming from Brazil. And now we had years where we had 99 cents or 1.29 euro per liter. Now it seems that the new standard price for orange juice is developing per liter into 1.99. So this will for sure reduce the amount of orange juice that will be consumed. Where else does apple juice go? To a small amount it goes into apple vinegar, but it's much easier to drink a liter of apple juice than to drink a liter of apple vinegar. So, then we have, as I said, in multivitamin juices, apple replaces orange. And so I think that the industry will try to remove as much expensive orange juice and put in apple juice for that. So this is the World Fruit Juice Trade Concentrate and NFC. The orange arrows you see, they're all coming from Brazil, and they're going to Germany and also to Florida, because Florida, they were drinking their own orange juice before, the Americans, but now the storms have destroyed almost all of the plantation in the U.S. Somebody's nodding, maybe you're from the U.S. Pretty Florida girl, is that correct? Okay, no, okay. So, and then we have the apple juice, which was mainly originating from China, but then China, it's an old chart, but there's no new one available. So that was when China was bringing a lot of concentrate to the United States, and this will be now done hopefully by Poland. Now, Helvig has already talked about the wild apples in Germany. You see here two graphs. The red one, that's the table apple, and the green one, these are the so-called wild apples, or Streuobst in Germany. I don't know the Italian name. So, and you see it's very much fluctuating. the Streuobst, and here you have a typical picture of Streuobst. You see these are old, strong trees, and it's not so easy to harvest them. You cannot pick them. You have to wait till the apple falls down, and sometimes the cows are faster than you and eat the apples. But they are not cows on every wild meadow. So we see that the wild apple is alternating every year between 300,000 tons and 500,000 tons, and almost 90% goes into the processing industry. Now, what did we process? This is now we have this is the apple price that was delivered to the processing fruit juice companies. You see, it was 27 euros per 100 kilo in 2017. That was when the big frost was in Poland, especially, you remember, and also other European countries. And the last years, the processing apples were between 10 and 15 euro delivered to the factory. That is conventional. And for organic apples, which mainly derived from the wild apples, because they are not sprayed or done anything, or so the apple prices for organic apples were 23 euros last year per 100 kilo. So what are the factors influencing the prices of apple juice? I go through that. This is, you have heard that already from Philippe. And so what is the organic apple juice situation? The processors were looking for early fruit already in January. That was still in the stocks. But we have a shift. We have less just called EU Bio, certified by the European standards, and it goes more into Verbandsware, which is the association Bioland and Naturland. And for example, Lidl has made, since many, almost 8 or 9 years, maybe even longer, they work together with Bioland also for other products. And so they increase also their apple juice certified by as Bioland apples. So we have a shift from one certification scheme to another one. And the consumers, they avoid high organic prices. Well, they avoid any higher prices. The Germans like more to go into vacation to Italy and eat cheaper food, as general spoken. But the organic price is now on the market. The forecast, the inflation on farm level, you have seen already, or you know it better than I do. But on the consumer level, the German consumers are careful with consumption and reduce consumption also of foodstuffs. The brands and organic loses market share, and the private labels of the retailers, they gain market share. And then there's one thing that is meant, for example, and then one thing that is not mentioned so far, we have a new toll. We have a new government in Germany since 1.5 years, and they have decided not to bring up new taxes. So a toll is not a tax. So they doubled the toll for the trucks, and it will start 1st of January 2022, and the toll will almost double from 19 cents per kilometer as to 35 cents per kilometer. And this is about the same amount that you need for diesel per kilometer. And so this price increase on the toll side will also increase the cost on every product. So inflation will also go up. There's no possibility that anybody could pay that without getting it back. So the situation of the apple world, you have heard that already. We in China, well, sometimes you think that the Chinese wrote their figures with dices. I don't know whether they are right or wrong. and we have in Poland around 4 million tons, which we also hope, Helvig, that they go into processing, and in Germany we have close to 1 million ton. I show you now the apple juice concentrate prices from a platform in the internet which is called juicehedge.com, and this David Fox is running that platform, and he's sitting here to the side, the well-trained British young man, and he describes it that this platform is fed by manufacturers, by traders, by bottlers, and and he's checking the prices, okay, but so it seems to be a neutral platform. I also checked the prices with some bottlers, and they seem to be correct. And here you see the prices. The top one is the blue one. If you go to the very right side of the chart, is around the prices we have heard, 1.7, 1.8. Here this is Chinese, which is then calculated in dollars, but the others are in euros. So we will have a price of concentrate between 150, 160, 170, depending on the season. So, but it still depends whether we can sell it. If we cannot sell it, if the consumer is more reluctant to buy, then we will have a different situation. So, as my summary, the industry is with higher cost. Farmers need higher prices for their higher cost. That is correct. But retail is very hesitant accepting higher prices because they are the closest to the consumers. They know much more about the consumers than we do. And the consumers really have net less spending power. So, but the concentrate prices are already higher than last year. We have less wild apples in Germany. Apple is still the cheapest juice. So that's a good sign if you want to replace orange in multivitamin, as I said. And I think we will have recipes with lower fruit content, but we hope that but the industry hopes that you can still then you can still meet the consumers' demand, that they still like the juices if they have less bricks in it. Inflation is here but decreasing, and water is boring, so consumers like to drink something else. So we hope that there should be some apple juice in it. And after 17 minutes, I thank you for your patience. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Klaus. Now, as you can see, one of the big challenges with apples is not the volume of production, it's the volume of information. You have taken in a huge amount of information there. We are slightly behind schedule as a result, but no problem. We invite you now to go and refresh yourselves with a coffee, a tea, an apple juice, maybe even some boring water, whichever you prefer. We will have a slightly shorter break, so back here soon. Listen out for the start of the next session. And thank you very much to our speakers who have helped us on our way. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats again. We will attempt to recover some of this time we've lost by making a start in the next minute or so. I see Philippe is there and Helvig is somewhere at the back. He is here at the front. So we're going to get into the pair category now. We're going to do the same thing, really. We're going to offer you some data in terms of the new crop forecast, and then Helvig is going to follow Philippe in giving us an assessment of the market outlook, looking back at what's happened and looking forward. So if Philippe, are you ready? I can always talk for another minute. It's something I can do. But no, here he comes. Philippe and Helvig, when you're ready, please come and join us on stage, and then you're ready for the next presentation. Thank you, Philippe.
Well, I will start the presentation. I know that a number of people are still enjoying the coffee, and we are sorry that we really took more time in the first session. But let's move on. I think there are a number of introductory remarks that I made at length in the previous presentation. But let's have a look at what is the balance of the last year in pairs. As we have, even if we had some more deeper variation for the pear sector, as you see, there have been sometimes up to 15 or 20% variation up and down. In the case of last year, we were also reasonably well spotted with our forecast. It was in fact ending with a figure 3% lower, just at 2 million tons, with only 58,000 tons differences, which were mainly adjusted in Italy, in Belgium, and in Portugal and Romania. In terms of variation, we also check our data compared to Eurostat, and we see that there is also a very big alignment. Eurostat have 2007 tons, we have 2001, so I think that's really very similar data. In terms of variety, we had to adjust the big variety, like conference, 7%, which is a variation of 61,000 tons, and also, of course, abate due to conditions in Italy by 22,000 tons, which was a decline by 11% of the forecast. In terms of parameters, I will not repeat because apple and pears often are living more or less in the same economic business condition. So yes, there have been climatic conditions impacting the south, Italy and Spain in particular. It has been less dramatic for the Benelux country. The rising cost situation affecting the apple also affected similarly the pear sector, similar for the energy cost. The international context make it difficult, and the geopolitical uncertainty also for export towards the eastern part, to Belarus. And then we still have the impact of inflation and the purchasing power of the consumer. In pears, what is also quite interesting is to see how the sharp decrease of abate is also being replaced by alternative in the country who are supplied by Italy. So I think this means a lot of repositioning in Germany, among other, maybe opportunity for some new variety, new club variety, also in pears which are developing. And we had a lower volume on conference, but overall, I think the volume were still relatively high, around 900,000 tons. The distilling went relatively well, in particular in the second part of the season, where there have been really a boost of the market, which has been relatively well, and there have been, as a consequence, significant sales volumes which took place in the second part of the season, with at the same time rising price to very attractive level. But that does not mean that the season or the evaluation of the season was perfect. I think there are different appreciations that could be made between a very difficult part of the season and a more happy end in this case for many growers. In terms of trade, I think it's quite interesting to see that despite some of the closing of the border, Belarus has been a country which has been taking quite a lot of volumes. These are the data which run from August to end of July. So I think even for 2023 we have the figures, the official figures from the custom indicating the good volume. The UK was relatively stable. Some decline of the volume from Morocco, probably due to lower export from Spain, which is the main supplier to Morocco. Brazil a little bit down, contrasting a little bit with the apple situation. Stable to Kazakhstan and to some of the other markets that we have in the neighborhood, like Norway and Switzerland. In terms of import, we have the same note that we had for the apple, with lower volume from the southern hemisphere coming to Europe. This includes also part of the volume which came earlier in the season from Turkey, from China, from Serbia, but the bulk of the volume comes from the southern hemisphere, from South Africa, 55,000 tons almost, Argentina and Chile. When we look at the trends, prices, you see also there from the graph, you don't have to look exactly at the details, but there were positive trends towards the end of the season. And then making the total supply balance, you see that the total market size for pears is about 1.5 million tons. And we had a relatively stable consumption, which can be estimated according to this supply balance at 3.5 kilo per capita. And then we have, I think there are some wrong cut and paste that I made here, so I will rectify it for the distribution of the presentation. For the new season, the hectare where pears are across Europe are on a surface of 104,000 hectares. It's relatively stable, maybe a little bit slightly growing if we look at the data from 2020. These are the data of 2023, which combine the little figures that you see in green, our own data, completing data which were not yet surprisingly filled in the Eurostat data by Belgium and by the Netherlands. So I think these data of hectare are not relevant if we don't have the figures from the two leading countries, Belgium and the Netherlands. In terms of the condition for the season, I think we have two extreme situations, from flood to drought. I think the consequence of the flood were one step into the struggle that the Italian production has to face. The flood came after frost and was before the heat and the hail and the wind that took place in the last week. And we will see the implication it has. In regard to the drought in Spain, it was a very serious situation in the month of April, but it has then been, I would say, monitored, and thanks to also a little bit of rain and some solutions that were found it was ending to some control to finally offer a significant production as well. In terms of total aggregated situation for Europe in pears, we foreseen, though, a relatively small crop, 1.7 million tons, which is the second smaller crop if you look the sequence of years that I have in the little graph. So there is clearly a tendency which show towards the end the up and down that we had, which are the incident, the climatic incident, which are paving the way, never allowing a full recovery of the crop. If you take the big country, I think we could note different situation. Belgium continuing to grow, the Netherlands being relatively stable, around 340,000 tons, and then Spain, which had a recovery close to 300,000 tons. And then the interesting figures is obviously what is happening in Italy, where I've put a little asterisk, but I think I can, oh, well, I suggest that you look at the line Italy, where I have put 187,000 tons based on the estimate made under the GSO, but this figure might still be revised downwards. We have not put a new figures because I think estimation of the damage are not easy, might be coming in place which were also already affected by flood or the frost, so I think it's a little bit difficult. But we will have in the panel discussion the opportunity to look at that situation. So you see there the situation, and if you look the last 5 years, in Italy there have been 3 which have led to a significant damage of the production, then 2 years where there have been a little bit of recovery, but all of that lead to a situation still well below the potential. This is reflected then in the situation of the supply by variety. Looking, if you look at the first line of Abate, moving from last year, which was even not a full recovery at 172, it is 53 figures that we announced, but again, this figure might still go a little bit further down. Conference continue to be relatively strong. It's not the peak production, but it's a production well over 900,000 tons, so it's up 8% compared to last year and the year before, so, but not as much as in 2020, where it was, I think, the peak around 968, so relatively high crop. And this is a trend. If you look at conference pear, you have a little bit of idea about how it is developing to stand today at 928. There are also some club varieties, not as much as what we have for apple, but there are a number of new development with still a relatively modest volume. There is also some volume of organic pears, which I think I mixed up my slide, and I apologize, but if you see there, you have the right volume of organic pear, which is about 75,000 tons across Europe, with the main figures being in Italy and in France. And then for processing, there might be an estimation of roughly 10%, which will be processed for pear, leading to a volume of 155,000 tons. Elsewhere, we have an increase of the production in China. You have the development in the different provinces to reach 17.6 million tons. In the United States, the crop will be slightly lower to reach 500,000 tons, which is 3.7% less than the previous year. And when we look at the situation from the northern hemisphere, it was not a relatively high crop, but then in terms of export, you have seen that Europe was not really an attractive destination, leading therefore to a very stable market situation. And as I finished for the apple, I think we have to continue struggling for stimulating the consumption of pears. They have also a lot of nutritional value that are to be put forward to the consumer for boosting consumption up. But for that, I will leave the floor to Elvik, who will lead the analysis of the figures and the opportunity in a difficult situation for some of the suppliers. Elvik.
So, now my second lecture about the pear market and outlook for the coming season. At first, the situation we have a look at the price development of the last season, starting in autumn 2022 with 50 euros for conference from the Netherlands. Then we have a price level in January, February around 70, and then it's in climbing 160 euros. It's a double price than we have normally in summer of the last years. But the outlook for the coming season is different. We enjoyed Netherlands, Belgium, Spain and Portugal with a normal, strong crop. On the other hand, very disappointing situation in Italy, almost total outfall. And on the other hand, France with 30% less crop to the last years. But interesting are the base, the starting position for the countries. Here are the figures from Italy, the same that present Philip. But interesting is it's going up, it's going down, up and going down. And some weeks ago we had the Interpera in Spain, and a lot of traders are coming to Spain. And they asked, for example, for Williams. The normal price for processing Williams is around 50 euros, and they paid now 100 euros for 100 kilogram, and the top price for situation for the low volume in Italy. On the other hand, what happened in Spain, it's stable in the last years of production, only the gap in last year. And Netherlands and Belgium is always around 700,000 tons, and now they have 50,000 tons more. And they are the strongest supplier in Europe. Now we are coming to the situation. It's interesting. I think we have changing flow streams in the next time. Here are some information about the surface, the yearly shifting trend from 2080 to 2022. Here's the surface, the figures, and the yearly shifting trend. Belgium and the Netherlands is stable, and I think it's possible that they get in the future with a full crop 850,000 tons. This year 750,000 tons. Also France surface is slightly going up, Spain going down, but have a look at the crop. France average 120 and Spain 300,000 tons. But I have a problem with the figures from Poland, for example. The official data from the Commission is a yearly trend close to 8% less year by year. But it's interesting if we have a look at the situation, the crops of the last year in Poland, starting 2017, 40,000 tons is going up, now 100,000 tons, and I think it's possible in the next 5 years they have a lot of young plantings that they get 150,000 tons, and therefore, as there's more pressure to the exports to the east, competition more to the traders of Belgium and the Netherlands. And Italy, it's the same situation. Here are the figures, the surface of the last years. It's also going down, but I got the figures from Emilia-Romagna. The acreage, and this is very interesting, Emilia-Romagna represents 60 to 65 of the Ital production, and Abadefedel from year to year, it's going down, the orchards from 7,800 hectares to 6,300 hectares, lost during 1 year 1,500 hectares. Conference 200 hectares, Carmen is going up, the early one, Santa Maria is going down, and Williams only 100 hectares less. That I think the maximum of the Italian acreage is maximum 21,000 hectares and not more. I think the flow streams will change in the next years, more production in the north and going down in Italy, especially in Emilia-Romagna. That means for the coming season, the Italian imports are going up. Here are the figures of the last year from August to March. Have a look at the situation season 2021-23. The same deep crop, they expected around 300,000 tons. It's the same situation than we have now. And I think Spanish traders, they have a good export here, especially to Italy. I think it's possible that they send 40,000 tons to this market. And the same Belgium and Netherlands is also going up. And in total, they get in this year 85,000 tons. And I think it's possible that we get the same figures as this low year. And it's possible that they send 40,000 tons more pears to the markets than the last year. And export volumes is also a gap. Normally, Italy exported 60,000 tons. I think it's going down on the half volume. 80% of the exports are intra-European countries. And I think there's a gap, especially for Abarty-Fedel, in the direction of Germany. Now, my expectation about the pear stocks, will we have the same volume 1st of November in the year as in 2021? I think so, around 800,000 tons. Of course, more in Netherlands and Belgium than normal. Italy is okay, maximum 70,000 tons. But interesting is the movement that we expected. Here are the figures from 2022-23. We are starting with, have a look at the share, 870,000 tons. And based on a very low price level, we have a strong movement. And then we have stocks in the 1st of April, 150,000 tons is a very low volume. And then the prices are going up. For the next time, I think we will have the same development as in 2021-22. We are starting on a higher price level than the last years, and therefore lower demand. And I think we will have in spring a normal stocks around 250,000 tons. And therefore, I'm looking for a higher starting price and then a stable price during the season. Some figures about the consumption in Europe. Here are the figures from Italy, Spain, Germany, Poland, France, Netherlands, and Belgium. 2017, 800,000 tons, and year by year, it's going down. The last year, only 650,000 tons. We have the same development as apples, but here we have the difference. Have a look about Spain and Italy. Italy, we have in consumption only the half volume. Of course, Belgium, Poland, and France, I think it's stable. But both countries, there's a problem with the consumption. Here are the same figures. Philip presented the one here from the club varieties. In total, I think we will get in the next 5 years close to 100,000 tons. Mostly from senior, 30% of the club varieties are senior. And the possibility for the market, I think club varieties selling on a very price high level in competition with Abarty-Fedel. Abarty-Fedel, the price is going, the volume is going down, and they have more place on the top price level. And our development, our analysis in Germany about the presence in the trade accord at ERMI Storcheck is we saw more club varieties. Here are the cumulative figures, and starting on a normal level and more, and now 30% more of us than usual in the last years. Conference, what happened? With the consumption, with the market share in the main countries, we have more and more conference based on Netherlands and Belgium. Netherlands in the domestic market, of course, it's going up the market share to 74%. Belgium the same. Spain is stable, close to 70%, and it's interesting, of course, the German market. Year by year, it's going up around 5%. On the other hand, Commis, of course, Belgium, and here Abate Fedel, stronger competition and lower volume is going down. Peckham Triumph in Germany, coming mostly from overseas. Blanquilla, of course, Spain, and the other ones. And therefore, winner for me, conference in all markets. Here of the data of Abate Fedel on conference in the German markets. The monthly consumption of the German households, 2021-22 on a very low level. I think we will have the same development this year. On the other hand, conference, compared to the last year, we had a peak in September, October, because on a very high, low price level. And then we have an impact in January, February, March, more and more consumption for conference based on the lower volume, for example, from Williams from overseas. Here are the figures overseas, the global exports. Peckham Triumph is in all countries interesting. It's more Abate Fedel, the problems in South Africa, but it's possible in the future that we get Europe more than 50,000 tons. Forelle is interesting for the German market, but also Asia and Middle East. And Williams, this is interesting, it's going down. Also the production in the main countries of the Southern Hemisphere, and therefore have a look at the imports to Europe is 50% of the, or 30% of the last year, and therefore increasing prices for conference and more share for conference. In total, we have only 40,000 tons less from overseas. In total, from the whole export of the Southern Hemisphere, only the share 24%. In the past, we have in share more of 30%. They are looking for other markets. And here, the export markets, Argentina more, and South Africa, they have a problem with the hail, therefore it's going down. But it's possible that they send in the next years between 160 and 180,000 tons. So we are running, we are late with the meeting. Some information about the export volumes from August to April. I'm surprised about the situation, 20,000 tons more, because the Eastern market, we sent more peers, for example, to Belarus. I don't know what that happened, but it's interesting here. We have the same volume as in 2020-21 and 19-20, and this is the base for the increasing prices in the last months. On the other hand, Middle East, Far East, it's the same. Latin America is going down because the lower volume in Spain. Africa is also stable and slightly going down based on Spain. UK is the important market. We sent to the UK market the same volume as to Latin America, to Africa and Middle East and Far East. So important UK market. Which are markets in focus? Asia, Netherlands and Belgium, Spain, Africa, also Middle East, Eastern Europe. These are only the directly exports to Eastern Europe. A lot of peers are re-export for other countries, Poland, for example. In total, these figures. And now we are coming to the starting price, my expectation, what could be. Here are the prices of the last years. You know the figures, the chart from the beginning of the presentation. Strong increasing price during 2022-23, and I think we are starting on a higher price level, and we hope that we have then a stable price level with more turnover for the producers than the last year. Last year was okay. But it's dangerous to start with too high prices and no demand. And the situation, Italy, of course, prices on the top. They have no Abate Fedel. the same level as 2021-22. My outlook for the next season, we have the smallest harvest of recent years. Peer consumption is declining, but also the inflation rate, and it's possible that they get more peers. Previous years, more export to Eastern Europe, and we hope that the trend continued. And Belgium, with a large crop, I think will dictate the starting price. Benelux round, they will benefit from the deep harvest in Italy, because I think mostly in Germany. But higher starting price, but don't block consumption. It's a dangerous start. And for me, interesting is the development of the surface in Italy along in the long run, and what's happening in Poland in the future, fewer Belgian and Dutch exports to the east and overseas. What should be the next season, I don't know. It's not clear at this time, and I think we will have higher starting price, and for example, for the countries with a normal crop, a good season. This was a run to my presentation, and now we are better in time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Helvig. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Philippe and Helvig, who have put so much work into this as they leave the stage. I'll invite Andrew Yarmak and Jeff Correa to come up to the stage now. And as they make their way up, I will explain what we're going to do. So the idea now is that we get some more international perspective. We're here in the Val di Non. We're in the region of Alto Adige, South Tyrol, Trento Alto Adige, scusa, in Italy, in Europe. But actually we want to turn our gaze beyond Europe and to a more global outlook. So Andriy Yarmak from the UN FAO, the senior economist based in Rome, originally from Ukraine, is going to kick us off, and then we'll hear from Jeff Correa, who's the international marketing director of USA Pairs. So over to you, Andriy.
Thanks very much, Mark. Buongiorno. I think it still qualifies for buongiorno. So, hello everyone. I'm glad to be here for the second year in a row. And last year I was speaking about the Central Asia and Caucasus. This year I was asked to add also Eastern Europe. And I'll be talking about the region that basically has only one thing in common. It's a very wide region, but all of these countries, 7 countries that I'm going to cover in today's outlook, are all former parts of the Russian or Soviet Empire, so former Soviet Union, so now independent countries, all going in different directions in their development. Just to give you an idea of the scale of the region, the countries that we are going to talk about today, they have about the same population as the Russian Federation. So it's about 130 plus million people, and in terms of volume of apple production, they're like another Poland, and similar percentage going to processing. So let's go. I broke them down in 3 regions: Eastern Europe, which basically includes only Ukraine and Moldova, then Central Asia, 5 countries, you will see them on the next slides, and Caucasus, 3 countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. Back to the previous slides. As you could see, these countries have a positive trade balance in the fresh apples, and of course even more positive balance in the apple juice concentrate. And it has been declining, this trade balance, but it has increased in 2022-23, and let's see how it's going to change in the next seasons. Okay, so the total production of all these 7 countries is about 4 million tons. Exports about 350,000 tons, imports 0.2 million, 200,000 tons. Per population, as I mentioned, 137 million people, and per capita apple production is 30 kilos, just to give you an idea. Fresh apple market is only less than 40% of production. And my colleagues from Poland will go like, wow, this is a lot. Not only because in Poland, as we saw, 70% is being processed and only 30% used as a fresh market apple. Well, here there is a big difference because what people consume as fresh market apple in the countries of Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, would not sometimes qualify for processing apples in the countries of the European Union. So the quality requirements are really low, which makes it possible for farmers to sell at a pretty good price apples that would have otherwise been thrown out or maybe not even picked. And of course, it limits the availability of apples, industrial apples or apples for processing, but it's still pretty good. It's around 2 million tons available. And this is across the year, so if you're talking about this coming season, it's going to be a little bit more, but I'll talk about it later. Okay, I decided to make this chart just to give you, that's one lagging behind there, to give you an idea of how these countries compare to each other in terms of apple production. One country stands out, and this is a country of Moldova. It's a global champion, a candidate for the Guinness Book in terms of apple production per capita. I put 200 kilos per capita just to be on the safe side, because in some years it's 250 kilos. And all other countries are much lower, but how does it compare to other countries? And as you see, China is only 35 kilos, Italy is 37 kilos, and Poland is 100 kilos. So Moldova does have a lot of apples. And I'm glad to see that there are some participants from Moldova in this conference. So, what are the new developments this season at these markets? Because a lot of things have changed since last year. So, the new developments are, first of all, we have a sharp change in the trends. Area under apples in most countries, except for the Caucasus region, started either stabilizing or going down. I'll explain later why. Focus of the growers is moving from the quantity to the quality. I think it's probably the same as here, but on a different scale. The problem is it's much harder now for growers to make money producing 80% or 70% of industrial apple out of their crop. Markets are opening up. Central Asia, a lot of traders I speak to on a regular basis, they've in the past ignored Central Asia because this region is far away, logistics are very difficult, communications are difficult, but just take Uzbekistan. It's a country of 35 million people. It's a hot topic for international supermarket chains. Everybody wants to go into Uzbekistan. It has very good demographics. All countries in Central Asia have very good demographics. So supermarkets are opening up. They're going into direct imports. They're creating more competition. The government has canceled import duties for apples and several other fruits. So it's not only for apples, it's in general for fruit categories is an interesting market. And considering the very tough situation you have in Europe for fresh apple markets, you should not ignore any market, and specifically the market of Central Asia. Because at the moment, there are only basically, of the European Union countries, only Poland is taking advantage now of this market, because they also have a lower requirements for quality. So Poland is actually exporting more to the countries of Central Asia. But other countries seem to ignore it, and they shouldn't. Because the price levels in these countries are very high. I'll show you the price chart later. Shortage of labor. I mean, everybody has a shortage of labor, but Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, these countries, I think they sent to Russia only around 5-6 million people every year as seasonal workers. You know, there is a shortage of labor in these countries with very low income. In Tajikistan, I had a lot of complaints from the colleagues there in Tajikistan. They could simply not find employees to pick the fruits, although they paid twice as much as they paid last year. Even if people do not have jobs, they just don't want to go and do this work. So it's a very interesting phenomenon. And industrial apple phenomena has impacted prices of apples and became a very important factor again in the total of this situation, because prices have grown up a little bit, and many countries like Moldova have not been able to sell as much apples to the fresh market, but fortunately for them they could sell it for processing. Moldova is in a very difficult situation. It's in a situation which is not quite similar to the situation Ukraine had back in 2014, when, you know, war with Russia started, when Russians occupied the first territories of Ukraine, but it's getting squeezed a little bit because logistics to Russia are very, very difficult. So Moldova is looking to export more apples to Europe, but it's finding it, you know, Moldova is finding it difficult to comply with the quality regulations, with packaging regulations, with many other aspects of the European market. So it's trying also to send apples to India, to Middle East, and that's where they're also competing with you. So they are impacting you in an indirect way. And Ukraine, last year when the full-scale Russian invasion started, Ukraine has cut down on exports a lot. But in the second half of the past season, the previous season, and in this season, Ukraine started finding new logistical ways to export. And now Ukraine is back in the Middle East markets. Middle East is #1 market for Ukraine at the moment. And yes, it's hurting producers because they have to pay more for transportation costs, because they you probably seen it on news every day. Russians are bombing the Ukrainian ports. They're trying to prevent Ukraine from exporting any agricultural products. But you know, Ukraine is finding ways and stays strong in this market. So, what happened to the prices in the previous season? I took only 4 countries out of all, just to demonstrate what happens, and I also added Poland because we conduct price monitoring in Poland. And as you could see, the prices have mostly increased. In Uzbekistan it went down, but look at the average price. It's still around $1 per kilo. So if you look into export to Central Asia, you know, you could be spend a lot of money on logistics, of course, but you would still be making, you know, pretty decent revenue on the second-class apples. And Moldova, Ukraine, and Poland, you know, yeah, by the way, I'm using the price for Golden Delicious taken from East Fruit price monitoring. And the prices have grown, yes, but they're still very, very low for growers. And these are fresh market apples. So it's very, very difficult to make money at this level. Let's compare the prices. In the left part of the chart, you see, you see the 2021-22 season, and then the 2022-23 season in the right part. And as you could see, prices have stabilized a little bit, but we also see a stronger trend for growth as the season progresses, and also we see a window of opportunity for countries in Caucasus and countries of Central Asia, which comes between January, April and May, you know, specifically. Usually it depends on when the season of new fruits starts. If it's early, then maybe April, end of April is a cutoff period, because in Uzbekistan, for example, they already have new apples in May, you know, early varieties on the market. So sometimes it's middle of May, sometimes it's end of April. And the price gap between Ukraine, Moldova, Poland, and the countries in Caucasus, Central Asia, is between 40 and 80 cents, depending on the variety and depending on the part of the season. So it's pretty good. What is going to happen in the next season? Well, first of all, we're going to have more apples again. Why? Because there are a lot of young orchards in all of these countries. Over the past 10 years, all of these countries have been planting new orchards very, very fast. And then the percentage increase, as you could see, in Georgia is going to be 44%. And Georgia is a small exporter, but Georgia could become a pretty big exporter considering how many hectares they planted. They continue planting. Why? Because they have a government support program. Basically, you can get up to 70% of your investment paid for by the government. This is crazy, but it does stimulate them to produce more fruits of all kinds, and apples in particular. What are they going to do this year with this apple? I have no idea. I think a lot of it will go to processing. But in general, only Ukraine has a potential of decreasing production a little bit, but this was specifically mentioned by Fruit Inform, who analyzed this market, as a potential, but not a reality. In reality, we have more fruits on the trees. Why are we expecting that the production may decrease? Is mostly because there is a big shortage of labor, because of the war, and the second factor is that there are a lot of difficulties of exporting this apple. So maybe some of the apples for processing will not be picked, but I think, considering what apple juice concentrate people were presenting, it looks like the total production will actually increase in Ukraine, and the apples will get picked because the prices, if the prices are going to be higher, because any income in Ukraine is very important at the moment. So in total, across these countries, we will have about 230,000 to 250,000 tons more, or 6 to 7% increase in production volume, mostly in the fresh market category. So by each of these three regions quickly, farmers in Central Asia are very disappointed with modern technologies of apple production. The problem is they have a very little capacity, they have a very poor understanding of how it works. They pay a lot of money to bring very expensive nursery material, install drip irrigation and everything. They install all the elements, but they don't know how to work all of the elements together to achieve a good yield. At the end of the day, they receive lower yield from intensive apple plantations than they had from the extensive apple plantations. And they're very, very disappointed. So this year, I was told there is no demand for new apple trees. So, but still, the existing ones are not being really uprooted in big volumes, and they're producing more apples. So there is going to be more and more opportunities for apple juice concentrate businessmen in this region. Golden Delicious season starts in early August in the south of the Central Asian countries. It's very, very early. So there is a huge opportunity for people who are very entrepreneurial and want to do a good business. You can imagine what you can do with gala in this region. So you can have 2 months of exports without having to build big storage facilities and everything. So it's very interesting region in general in the future. Excellent conditions for growing premium apples in several regions, but most of the premium apples they consume in Central Asia are being imported. And they are called premium, but you wouldn't consider them premium. And most of the countries that take advantage are Iran and Turkey. So most of the apples come from there. Then also we have Poland, Moldova, and Ukraine sending quite a bit of apples there. I mentioned about low quality apples, will not repeat it. And the yield in the current year for the next season will increase by about 100,000 tons. Again, I'm using a conservative figure. The increase could be more because the weather conditions were pretty good. Caucasus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia. Area expansion continues in Georgia. I spoke about the reasons. Productivity and quality is better than in Central Asia. Actually, in Georgia, they have some very, very good apples. And some of the regions, like in Gori, they have excellent conditions for premium apple production. The problem is for them to even send apples to Middle East, which they did for the first time this year. It's still a learning process, you know. But Georgia could have pretty good opportunities for exporting apples to Middle East because they're on the Black Sea. They can do container shipments and they're learning how to do it. And this year, they're going to have a lot more apples. Georgia can have this year maybe 3 or 4 times more apples that they have exported in the previous season. So there is going to be a huge pressure to export more. So you may see some Georgian apples in the Middle East market this year competing with your apples. The biggest problem for Georgia and these countries, and there is another big exporter in this region, which is Azerbaijan. There is a speculation of how much of this apple is actually grown in Azerbaijan and how much of it is actually taken from the Azerbaijan region of Iran. We don't know, but Azerbaijan is exporting around 80,000 tons of apples to Russia. It's basically only one market. But Georgia and Azerbaijan are fully dependent on the market of Russia. So it's a big risk for them because that market is going down, it's very unstable. Government support for industrial apples in Georgia. You know, Georgian government not just pays for your investments in the apple orchard, they also pretty much buy your bad apples. So it's a wonderful country for investments at the moment. So they have a subsidy for bad quality apples, which stimulates their processing. And I think this year they'll probably run out of money because there will be a lot of apples. And the production increase is expected by about 60 to 70,000 tons, or by about 15%. So a very significant increase in volumes. Ukraine and Moldova, okay. Very sharp reduction in area of apple orchard this year in both countries. In Moldova, uprooting is going at a very large scale because, you know, old varieties, old orchards without irrigation, it's impossible to make money considering the growing production cost. So, and in Ukraine, because of the war, shortage of labor, the same situation. Moldova has difficulties diversifying from the Russian market. You know, they're very proud of going down from 96% of exports to Russia to 90% of exports to Russia. But this is not enough because Moldova, of course, is exporting around 200,000 tons per year. That's a pretty big volume for a very small country. So for them, there is going to be more price shocks because this year Moldova is going to harvest at least 100,000 tons of apples more than in the past year. And we will see how it really works because I suspect that we may see more increase. Yes, I mentioned about new routes of Ukraine, will not say it again, and shortage of workers as well. So the total increase across two countries is expected by 100,000 tons, 24% for Moldova, and Ukraine about minus 40,000 tons, but as I said, it may actually end up being more apples than a decrease. So that's it. If you have questions, you're welcome to ask when I'm around during the breaks. And thanks very much for your attention.
Thank you, Andrei. Thank you, Andrei. Jeff, just to stop you one moment there. What we're going to do, just to try and recover some time, is there are 3 videos planned to show after Jeff's presentation. We're going to take them after the lunch. So we will then skip forward to our apple and pear discussions. So those of you, Daniel, I can see you there, Dominic and the people in the apple discussion, be ready for when Jeff finishes, and then we will get stuck into that discussion straight away. The other thing is we have a press conference at 1:15. I think there's some press are going to go and see that. Philippe, you're going to hopefully take them off at that time. That's it. Jeff, over to you. Thank you for your patience.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and good afternoon. And I got the unfortunate pleasure of standing between you and lunch right now, so I'll make it quick on my update. So a little bit about my organization. We're the Pear Bureau Northwest. So we represent the pear growers in the states of Oregon and Washington. They account for how come it's not showing? Okay, there we go. About 88% of total fresh production. The other producing state in the United States is California, and between those three states, we produce virtually all of the commercial pear production in the U.S. So looking at our surface acreage in production, again, it's having a similar downward trend we've seen across other countries here at this conference. We're about 25% less than where we were in 2011, and this is showing into smaller crops. We've lost acreage to other crops, moving it over to apples, to cherries, to wine grapes, hemp, and housing as well in our 4 growing districts in Oregon and Washington. Similar to here in Europe, we've had major climatic events that impacted our crops the past couple of years. Very abnormal events, looking back at 2021 when we had the heat dome of record temperatures during about a 2-week period in late June, early July that really impacted the crop that season. Last year, we had a very cold and wet spring during bloom. We had 2 to 6 inches of snow on the ground in many of our orchards during the month of April, which was very abnormal. And then this year we had a very hot and dry May and June. It was great, didn't have any rain and enjoyed the weather in Portland, but not so great for our pear crops. That record temperatures during those months of May and June really impacted the fruit set for our green angel variety, which led to the smaller crop estimate. Here's 2 graphs or two images that show the temperatures in May and June in the U.S. As you see, the top left-hand corner of the graph with the Oregon and Washington, we had temperatures anywhere between 7 to 11 degrees warmer than normal. And again, this is what impacted the crop during that crucial time. So here's the historical of just looking at the fresh pear packouts for Oregon and Washington. Our estimate is the one from the second from the left, which would be the second smallest crop we've had in the past 25 years. It actually will be, right now, our estimate is the smallest estimate that we've had in the past 25 years. Last year's estimate was over 16 million boxes, but the crop shrunk throughout the season to the 14.4 million boxes that we had last year, hoping that our crop is estimated properly and we don't have that shrinkage throughout the season. We don't think we're going to return, definitely know we're not going to return back to the previous highs about 10 years ago of 21 million boxes. And boxes, I think in boxes, I know everyone here thinks in tons, so they're 20 kilo boxes that I'm referring to. That a new high may be 18 million boxes for our industry based on the acreage that we have. In terms of processing tonnage, again, we're seeing an uptick in that, looking at 80,000 metric tons from Oregon and Washington and another 79,000 metric tons from California. And that's mainly the Bartlett or Williams variety, and both are an increase of 8.8% over last year. And in terms of the numbers that Philippe put up there, again, a small decrease from last year's estimate. The biggest impact will be on the Green Anjou, which really impacts our fresh numbers because most of the processing is coming from the Bartlett variety. So I will end that here and get us back some time. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you very much. Andre, you can leave us now. Thank you for your contributions, both of you. So yes, I can see Daniel is making his way up, and I would also invite Klaus Hölzel to join us. Klaus is going to deputize for his boss, Walter Pardatscher, who has been called away. We also have Peter Kellerman from Hungary, who's coming up. Dominic is here. And also Stefan Molje we need from Elbe Obst in Germany. Is Stefan here? I can't see him. There he is. Okay. There we go. So I will bring up a chair, and Stefan gets to sit in the middle, pride of place there. Okay. So let me introduce everyone formally. So we have Klaus Hölzel from Vogue, just up the road in Alto Adige. We have Peter Kellerman from Fruitweb in Hungary. Then in the middle, just arrived, just-in-time delivery, Stefan Molje from Elbe Obst in Germany. Welcome. We have Dominik Wozniak, who is known to many of you as the current president of the World Apple and Pear Association, from his company Rajpol in Poland. And then we have Daniel Sauvetre, who is president of the French Apple and Pear Association. So welcome to you all. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, even before we ran over slightly on the time, this was always going to be a very quick-fire, rapid panel. So I am going to be interrupting you like a small child and making sure that we move along. But let's start with you, Daniel. You're closest to me. We have some microphones on the tables. Yes, thank you. Daniel, what's your reaction? You're responsible for this great swathe of production in France, which makes up an important part of the European scene. When it comes to the Apple market, looking ahead, what's your reaction to what you've seen today?
My reaction is that we have to be confident because, you know, we had three small crops. And this year we are recovering with a normal crop. It's not a full crop, but it's quite a normal crop. We have a very nice weather with nice cool temperature with water. So we are feeling that we will not be in the same situation than last year. We will have a good quality. We had a hot temperature in the southeast, but in other parts it was quite okay. So it's a normal timing. So we have an empty market. People are waiting for Apple, so we are thinking that consumers should come back because we are missing them a bit. Yeah. We need to export also because you know, France needs to export around 25% of the crop, and it will be this year quite a necessity. And so I've heard that it will be a good competition, but we have argument for it. So we hope it could be a normal season. And like Helvig, you know that we are fighting because we want to cover our increasing cost of production. We did it last year. We succeeded a bit at the end of the year, but it was a bit late. And so now we want to begin the new season with a good solidarity with our consumers and retailers to get good prices.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Let's pass to Dominic, and then I will come to you, Klaus. So have your microphone ready, please. Dominic, you represent the World Apple and Pear Association at the moment. You have a view there from Eastern Europe, or Central Europe, let's say, in Poland. When it comes to the market and the consumers, what Daniel has mentioned about the need for them to come back a little because costs are going up, is that something you see everywhere or just in particular parts of the Apple business?
Yes, so we see also in Poland and I think in Central Europe that the consumers, they lose the power of purchasing, and it have a big influence on fruit in general. And especially on the so-called premium fruit, organic production and so on. I think that suffers a lot. Good example is a Pink Lady, when the sales is dropping. However, I hope that it will change a little bit, and we will see some better sales of apples. I think everybody is happy that in Poland we are back to normal production. I mean, the 4 million tons, because I believe that will help to everybody in the room to have this good balance. However, we need to, what Helvig say already leave us, we must selling fruits from the beginning, not waiting for, not speculate, not gambling, but we need to sell the fruits from the beginning. That will help to the markets also to finish in a good, we should start in a good mood and finish in a good condition.
Yeah. Klaus, this is obviously something you think about a lot as responsible for sales at Vogue, and you're looking at export markets around the world. Where do you think the success will come as the season starts? As you know, we harvest these early varieties, Gala, and then we move to the other varieties later on. Where do you think the particular success will come this year? What have you got your eye on looking ahead?
Well, if we look on the market, it seems that the figures are looking extremely good. The volumes in Europe are not as high, and the market is empty. In my opinion, as said before, it's important that we start now to sell, to have a good stock under control at the beginning of the year. And what I see is that it's not only the export markets, let's say outside of Europe, which is looking for apples, but it's also from the Italian perspective, export markets in Europe, where we see a request, where we see also probably less competition from the local production. And at the moment, it seems that everything looks quite good.
Klaus, can I just pick you up on that? Do you mean you expect to see maybe a slight slowdown in exports to those emerging markets, to markets in Asia, in the Middle East? Do you see the demand taking precedence here in Europe?
In my opinion, it would be wrong if we stop or delay or reduce a little bit the export in these markets, because in my opinion, from a European perspective, Asia, South America, and all these new markets where there was an increase over the last years are important for the future. And we do not have to think only in a short term and in 1 year notice, but I think we need to think like our growers, which plant for 15 and 20 years. We need to think on long term, and we need a lot of markets around the globe in order to sell our apples, not only this year, but also in the next 15, 20 years.
Okay, let's pass the microphone to Peter. Peter, when I look at the figures for Hungary, okay, there's a production which is relatively small compared with some of these big producers, Poland, Italy. But nonetheless, it seems like there's a good opportunity for Hungarian producers of apples. And also, if we look at the pear figures as well, there's a percentage increase which suggests you have more to sell in what we all agree is a shorter market. Does that automatically mean it's kind of boom time for Hungarians this year?
My conclusion is a different one. The problem is the variability. So we are a country, if you check the historic figures, there is a big variance between our crop levels. So last year was probably the lowest in the last 20 years due to spring frost and the drought. And this year we did not have this climatic effect. So if I'm thinking of the percentage of orchards in our country that are protected against the spring frost is probably less than 10% of the apple orchards. So for us, what you see is, unfortunately, is not an opportunity. It's a good opportunity for the juice concentrate business, because they will finally have a year when they probably have enough raw material. But for the fresh business, this is not really affecting our volumes in a very big way. So it's more about the need for further improvements in the orchards and about climate change.
Okay. You mentioned climate change. That's one of the big challenges that is pushing those costs up. We know about the European Union's attempts to drive forward a green agenda and the impact that that has on producers. Stefan, let me ask you, when you look at the various different cost pressures in your business, where do you see the biggest challenge? Where do you see the biggest problem that needs fixing?
So I come from Germany, and we have the minimum wage for the workers. That impact is causing 30% rising up the labor costs for our growers. And that's a challenge we have within this competition, where others are not faced with that situation. And yeah, we must getting that back from our main market, that's Germany. And even that's a high competition market. So we need the acceptance of this situation by our partners and clients. And that will not be too easy to bring that in that mind, because they are in a strong competition too. But we will work on that with all concepts that are good for us, as plant production, new varieties coming up with good brands, good quality. But at the end of the day, a grower will not survive when he gets his costs back and earns money. Nobody will work for nothing. And that's a challenge for the next years. And the coming year should give us some opportunities to bring the market in balance back. And we will try to use that and to give more optimistic view from our growers to the future, because that's the main point we have to have in mind. Without followers, we will not have any production, and yeah, these are the points.
Now, just to manage your expectations, gentlemen, we will just have a couple more minutes, so if there's something particularly you want to say, just give me a wave. Let's pass the microphone back to Dominic. Dominic, if we assume that this is correct, that we will have a better balance of supply and demand, and as Daniel says, consumers will perhaps feel less pressure in terms of inflation and perhaps have more spending power. Does that mean that the cost pressures will go away? Does that mean that the sustainability challenge will be easier to meet?
Well, it's not the easy question, not the so easy answer to that. I only hope that after 3 years of not normal times, we're back a little bit to a normal business, let's say. I hope that some customers will have really back to a good habits. They would like to be more healthy and so on, and of course will buy our fruits and vegetables, of course. I'm only afraid about some coming years when we are here some novelties from Brussels, that there are new requirements are coming, Fit for 55 and so some other things. I'm worried about this. There is a big discussion right now, and I do believe that everybody knows, or probably nobody knows what will be in 5 or 10 years with our business. In fact.
Exactly, it's very hard to tell, but if we look at Daniel's market, there is perhaps a sign of what might happen in terms of packaging. There's very kind of strict regulations coming in your own market in France. Does this concern you? Does that worry you?
Yes, it concerns us very much. And you know, this morning I was thinking that these people here, my colleagues, growers in Val d'Inon, they are very happy to have such a Ministry of Agriculture fighting for them, and we would like to have the same feeling a bit everywhere, because it's a big trouble for us. You know, for example, we are producing now twice as much organic apple we can sell. And so when we see that the expectation of EU is to have 25% of all land dedicated to organic, for us, it's a big trouble. So yes, we need now to have more realistic view on our work, and to not to make the work impossible for growers.
Now listen, I'm going to draw things to a close there. I hope I don't offend anyone by keeping it so short, but you'll be very happy when you've had your lunch more or less on time. Is there anything else anyone wants to say, based on what we've heard today about the market outlook? Klaus, please.
What I think what's important, I mean, we have seen today the figures that the apple consumption basically is going down in almost each country. And in my opinion, there have been a lot of investments all over Europe in new varieties, in higher quality production and so on. And what we need is to target new consumer groups. What we need is to find a way that also the younger people start to eat our fresh apples as a healthy snack. And I think together we need to work in this direction, to bring the quality product on the market on the right time in order to go back to a higher apple consumption, which will help all the industry.
Okay. Anyone else in the last few minutes? Well, listen, we wish you luck with that challenge. It's a challenge that you have risen to in years gone by, and I'm sure you will in the next few years as well. So can we give our Apple panel a big round of applause? Thank you, gentlemen. Please take a seat. Thank you. Okay. And so without rushing too quickly, we will now move on to pears, and we will talk to 4 people who are very much at the center of the pear business. We will invite Luc van der Beek from Cocea, but in his capacity as, now I forget, General Secretary of VBT in Belgium. And we also have Gerhard Pronk, who I can see is taking the stage as well, from Fruitbedrijf, Netherlands. Apologies for mangling the pronunciation of your company name. And we also invite Marco Salvi to join us. Marco from Salvi Unicoa, and also the president of Fruit Imprese. That's the Italian Export Association. There he is. Please take a seat. And Manel Simon. Is Manel with us from Afrucat? There's Manel. Thanks for joining us, Manel. Make yourself comfortable. Thank you. And sorry, Philippe. Yeah. Press conference. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so for the journalists in the room, apart from myself, please make your way to the press conference. Philippe is off there with Dominic to take care of that, so please make your way to the press conference. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're ready for a similar roller coaster ride along the discussion about pears. So really, we want to do something similar, just react to the production forecasts that we have, and also to see where we think the market is heading. Marco, assuming that the translation catches up, can we start with you? Marco, we're here in Italy, and not far from here, there is plenty of pear production, but not as much pear production as there was. And it's fair to say it's been a very, very difficult time for Italian pear producers. What do you see as the road to recovery for Italy's pear production base?
Bene, buongiorno a tutti, grazie Mike per questa domanda. Credo che abbiamo passato anni, decenni in cui l'Italia è stata il principale produttore di pere in Europa, e per decenni al Prognosfruit sono stati presentati dati dove si evinceva in maniera chiara la leadership dal punto di vista produttivo. Le quantità si attestavano tra i 700 e 800 mila tonnellate tutti gli anni, e l'Italia quindi rappresentava più o meno un terzo della produzione europea di pere. Ora la produzione fino al 2018 più o meno abbiamo avuto questi dati, dal 2019 è cominciato il calo produttivo, dove oggi l'Italia rappresenta grosso modo da un 30-35% circa un 10%, con una tendenza che non si capisce bene se riprenderà o se calerà. Il principale problema che stiamo avendo è certamente legato al cambiamento climatico, perché abbiamo visto il 2019, negli ultimi 5 anni, per 3 anni abbiamo avuto produzioni molto scarse, no? Quindi per un problema effettivamente legato a un inverno dove non fa più freddo, le piante ripartono prima del previsto e il ritorno di freddo effettivamente causa le gelate causano dei cali produttivi importanti. Quindi contro il clima non c'è moltissimo da fare, certamente sulle altre culture ci sono sistemi di protezione per il freddo che stanno funzionando, lo vediamo soprattutto nelle mele, ma non solo. Ecco, però credo che bisogna prendere atto di questa situazione. In più dobbiamo constatare anche una riduzione dei principi attivi, no? Che sta penalizzando soprattutto le varietà più tardive come abate, dove il cosiddetto l'alternaria nella ultima fase di maturazione effettivamente crea problemi. Quindi questo è un problema che dipende dalla strategia comunitaria, la strategia dell'Unione Europea, e quindi c'è molto da fare dal punto di vista della ricerca, c'è molto da fare dal punto di vista dell'innovazione, perché se guardiamo il nostro è un comparto, quello delle pere, che diversamente da quello di mele o di uva da tavola o di kiwi si è fatto troppo poco in termini di innovazione. Vediamo anche l'elenco delle varietà, sono ancora quelle, a parte Xenia e qualche altra piccola innovazione che è arrivata. Quindi puntare sulla ricerca, puntare sul rinnovo varietale, ma purtroppo abbiamo questo problema legato al clima che ci crea problemi importanti dal punto di vista produttivo.
Va bene, grazie Marco. Torniamo a questo discorso di innovazione fra poco, but if I can turn to Luke and then to Gerhard, just to get your reaction to what this means for the market in general, and I mean globally, I mean in Europe, wherever it's important for you. This decrease in Italy, has it made a big difference to what happens with production and exports of pears from the Benelux, or is it not so pronounced?
I think that this will certainly have an influence. The business is there, and if we see how the market works, then we see the most important thing is the balance between supply and demand. Now we are going to have next year approximately 1.7 million tons. That's a low harvest, so supply will be short, and the prices are normally well, or going to be well. But I want to make some remarks on this. I've always a little bit a problem with an exaggerated optimism. It's the first time in 20 years that I follow Prognosfruit that I hear Helwig to be positive. He said it will be good, and then I'm careful.
These are strange times, Luke.
These are strange times. And yesterday evening we were discussing this situation, and my conclusion is that it can be that we will be our worst enemy. We will be our worst enemy as producers, and the important thing will be the organization of the market. Don't forget to sell. Don't forget to sell. The things are good, looking good. The forecast is pretty positive, but we have to be very, very, very careful.
Yeah. Let's just pass the microphone to Gerhard then. Gerhard, what dangers do you see? Do you agree with Luke that there is a danger that this is almost a golden opportunity, especially for the Benelux in terms of pears, and yet there are potential obstacles in the road? That's what Luke is suggesting.
I fully agree with what Luke told us, and we are our own enemy, and we also have to consider that it could be a golden opportunity. But as the same as the guy from Vork said in the apple discussion, we have to also look ahead for the next 5, 10 or 20 years for the future of the pear growing in Holland. Of course, the prices will be higher, should be higher at the starting of the seasons coming September. And we have to make our domestic market aware that they have to pay more price on the pears, because otherwise maybe we will sell our pears maybe to Italy. But that's maybe a one-time solution, because I hope for the Italian pear growers that they have next year another crop again, and they can compete in our European market. So our market for this year is not certain for the future. And we are all based on conference pears. So the domestic market is important, the European market is important, also the foreign market in China and Far East. But this only this year and last year, but we don't know what will be next year.
Let's pass the microphone on again to Manuel. Manuel, do you have a microphone there, or can we? You have one, well done. I guess the outlook is slightly different for you because you have a different varietal mix, and also the production is lower. But in terms of the graph of production, you're more or less in line with the average for the last few years. What does the outlook look like from Catalonia?
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for this amazing organization, Prognosfruit, put Melinda in this amazing area, this amazing country. Well, and also I would like to begin by our situation now is a very relaxed situation, because in April and in May we had a very stressful situation. This very important drought that we had in a specific area around the Canal d'Urgell. I would like to highlight that in this area we produce around the 55% of our pears and apples, and we didn't have water in April and in May. And at the moment that the Canal d'Urgell decided to close water, was a very stressful situation. We analyzed the situation with a study, and the repercussion of losing our production and our trees was around 1,000 million euros. Fortunately, in June, water came, rain came in June, and this permitted us to produce, to accompany our trees, and now we can say that we have not our potential, but we can have a normal production with good quality and also with good sizes. And this is a very important point, because a complicated combination between less water and high temperatures normally is less sizes. But producers and our companies decided to clear the trees, the fruits, and the result of this, and this good job, was a very good results in terms of sizes. And the projection in the future of our production, well, I think we will increase our capacity. We have to increase our capacity in terms of pears and also in terms of apples. In pears, because we have a deficit in terms of pears.
You mean at European level, do you? Or just in Spain as well?
In Spain. Speaking about the internal market, this is our most important focus, the internal market.
And what do you need more of? Particular varieties, particular business models within those varieties?
Conference, but also new varieties like Cocea, Carmen, and other varieties. And also we have an innovative project to try to develop new varieties, adapting to the actual, to the recent climate. Yeah, this is a very important challenge for the producers, to have varieties adaptive to the climate. But I said that Spain has a very important deficit in terms of production. Around the 50% of the consumption in Spain is from imports. Yes.
Right. Yeah.
And this is our leverage. This is our opportunity, and also we have a very important opportunity in terms of improving our production per hectare. We have old orchards, and we are beginning a very important process in terms of renovate these plantations.
Let's return to Marco. Marco, if we do our best to forget the past and we imagine this is the Italian production now in this market, and there are opportunities to invest in better production, new varieties, and so on, this would seem like a very good opportunity in terms of the commercial potential. Do you see that happening soon? Do you think there should be investment in particular new varieties? Do we move away from even the great Abate Vettel? Is that a possibility?
Ma vedi, per decenni la produzione italiana è stata concentrata in particolar modo su Abate, Vettel e Williams, poi qualche varietà precoce, quindi c'era una situazione abbastanza chiara, ecco, che dava anche dal punto di vista del risultato al produttore dei buoni ritorni. Ora, per problemi oggettivi, dicevamo prima, diventa quasi impossibile produrre le pere abate, per i motivi che dicevo prima, per cui siamo obbligati ad andare verso nuove varietà. Purtroppo dal punto di vista della ricerca, diversamente da quello che è successo sulle mele, dove ci sono tante innovazioni, tante varietà nuove, tante mele club, ma anche che hanno portato anche dei risultati molto, molto buoni per il produttore, così come l'abbiamo visto anche nel comparto dei kiwi, no? Dove dal verde siamo passati al giallo, altri colori, l'abbiamo visto nelle uve senza semi, nei berry. Nelle pere di prodotti innovativi, di nuove varietà, se ne vedono poche, quindi è necessario investire, è necessario provare diciamo così, a investire su nuove varietà, perché c'è una grande competenza a livello di produttori, c'è una grande capacità di produrre. Abbiamo tra l'altro anche creato un sistema commerciale che abbiamo aggregato tutte le imprese emiliano-romagnole che producono e commercializzano prodotti dentro una grande AOP che si chiama Una Pera, e questo sinceramente facilita anche la commercializzazione, no? Abbiamo aperto il protocollo con la Cina proprio quest'anno, una notizia di pochi mesi fa, quindi i presupposti ci sono, bisogna certamente tirarsi sulle maniche, dimenticare, come dicevi giustamente, quello che è successo finora, la leadership che abbiamo avuto indiscussa per decenni, e cercare di competere con gli amici olandesi e belgi che sicuramente adesso avranno degli anni in cui riusciranno a valorizzare bene i loro prodotti.
Thank you, Marco. So there are two important points there about where the business can thrive and flourish in future. One is on innovation in new varieties, and the other one is aggregation in terms of having more collaboration, more partnerships among the supply base. Gerhard, we've seen some of those things happening in the Benelux and in other parts of Europe, but do you think there should be more investment in new varieties, maybe more of the club model, the managed model that we see in apples, where you have production bases all around the world for one particular variety?
When you want some innovation on new varieties in pears, and also for apples, you need very deep pockets to bring it to a success. And so it's happening now in the Benelux with some new varieties like Cutie and Migo, and Sweet Sensation is already coming up, but you still see you need deep pockets to make it bigger. And as long as conference pears are sold well across all Europe, it's for a grower very difficult to change if the change is not so much necessary at the moment. We know that in the future there is a need for new varieties, but it's very difficult to implement them.
Understood. I'll come to you, Luke, in a moment. Manel, I just wanted to just slightly divert there and bring that back to the question of climate. In apples, we've seen hot climate apples developed in Spain through research that was done with Catalonia and with New Zealand, I believe. Do you see that, just a very quick, maybe yes or no, but do you see that happening in pears as well?
This is the line, this is the objective, is to obtain, to achieve varieties with good behavior in our conditions. And our condition is changing day by day. Okay. This is the objective. This is the way. We have at this moment a new variety in terms of apple, adapted in our climate, but our intention is to do the same with pears.
How far away are we? How many years do you think?
I don't know. It's very
That's
difficult.
okay. You don't have to.
It's very difficult.
You don't have to know, Manuel. No problem. We have half a minute, I think, so let's just finish with you, Luke. Luke, you wanted maybe just to sum up what we've talked about here. Yeah, it should be on.
Three things. First of all, I'm convinced that you have to be careful with using new variety as the magic solutions. New varieties, we saw a lot of things coming, and I'm pretty sure that new varieties without an appropriate approach of the market and a strong support of producers' organizations will fail. So new varieties, everything okay, but an appropriate market approach with support of producers' organizations, and then it can be a success. As important is the cooperation with research stations. They do the testing and all those things, so we have to invest in innovations and at that level. Secondly, the most important challenge for us, and I think everybody is convinced of this, is climate change. So that's also a point that we have to work on a European level. We are forced to do this, to work on a better approach of water, climate, and all those things. So that's the second point I want to raise. And the third point, and it's nearly the elephant in the room here, is the Green Deal. The Green Deal, Farm to Fork, Fit for 45, and so. And mostly we are talking negative about these things. And of course, when they are talking about reducing our toolbox and all those things, they are negative. We don't have to be dishonest about this. But on the other hand, it gives huge opportunities for us, fruit and veg, the most healthy sector of all agricultural sectors. So let's take this positive side of Green Deal and Farm to Fork. It gives us great opportunities.
Okay, well, thank you, Luke, and thank you for also mentioning the climate issue, which is hugely important. As always, a big mix of opportunities and challenges, no surprises there, but lots of interesting thoughts there on the pear category. So thank you to our 4 guests on the panel. Yes, I don't have to say much more before you head off to lunch. I have to say one thing, which is this evening for your gala reception dinner, please don't forget your badge, because if you don't, then we'll have to find another way to sneak you in. Okay, enjoy your lunch, and let's give these guys a big round of applause. Thank you. Grande. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as quickly as you can, and we will make a start in the next couple of minutes. Quanto è lungo? Presentazione, quanto dura? Il mio? Vabbè, ok. Perfetto. No, don't think so. No? Oh.
Yeah, no, but
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now, and we will make a start. And as I mentioned before lunch, we will now show three short videos, which give you more of that international perspective. We will be hearing from Todd Freihofer from Washington State about the view from the Apple business there. Then we will hear from Paul Liu about the situation in China, the market situation there. And then finally from Tarun Arora of IG in India, and a similar perspective, but from that crucial overseas market for the European business. So without further ado, we will make a start on those videos. So please return to your seats and get comfortable, and we'll get going. So if we could have that first video, please.
Washington Apple Commission here in Wenatchee, Washington, USA. I'm here today to present the 2023 U.S. apple crop prediction. Thank you for this opportunity, and I hope to be in attendance next year to make this presentation in person. So let's get started. This document in front of you shows the major U.S. growing regions, all in metric tons. California, Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania, Washington, all other states under other, and total. The crop prediction for 2023 is 4.522 million metric tons from the United States. So let's get into a little bit more detail. California. A cooler than normal spring and early summer has really helped the quality and size of the 2023 California apple crop. The California apple crop is split evenly between Granny Smith, Gala, and Fuji varieties. Estimating the California apple crop to be 1.5 million boxes fresh, with the start of harvest happening now, late July, for our early varieties. Size, color, and overall quality should be excellent. The recent heat wave may have accelerated the timing of harvest, but more will be known in the coming weeks. Moving along to Michigan. Michigan is coming off a record crop estimated to be 34.5 million bushels. Surprisingly, Michigan is headed into another large crop at 27 to 30 million bushels. This is being attributed to good spring weather, good pollination weather, and young trees. Quality and sizing is looking great. Thinning season went well. We have had some summer hail, but damage has not been widespread. Moving along to New York. New York looks forward to a nearly 22 million bushel crop for the upcoming fall harvest. The season begins in mid-August in the Hudson Valley, with the western and upper central New York following behind within a week or two. Immediately following is apple harvest in northeast New York. New York experienced some frost damage in isolated areas and predicts promotable volumes for this year. Early season varieties include Ginger Gold, Paula Red, Zestar. September and October will bring varieties such as Gala, Macintosh, Empire, Honeycrisp, Macoun, Cortland, Red Delicious, Johnny Gold, Brome, and all others, along with New York managed varieties, Snapdragon and Ruby Frost. New York grown managed varieties like Sweet Tango, Evercrisp, Wild Twist are harvested beginning in September into October. New York will have a good range of sizes for tray packs and packaged fruits. New York is experiencing warm summer days, and growers are expecting a great tasting crop. Moving along to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's crop is estimated at 10.75 million bushels. It's a clean crop. Orchards have had mostly adequate rainfall at this stage of the season. The timing for early varieties, Gala, Honeycrisp, Ginger Gold, is trending 7 days ahead of last year. Moving along to Washington. The Washington 2022 USDA estimate of 2.7 million metric tons was overestimated. The actual number is closer to 2.42 million metric tons. Growers are becoming more optimistic for increased volumes substantially above 2022. Optimal weather is contributing to improved sizing with good quality. Tree vigor has been excellent. Honeycrisp and Cosmic Crisp volumes could be reduced due to poor pollination weather. The Washington crop volume should meet or exceed 2.7 million metric tons. The next several weeks of typical hot weather could have major impacts for color and gray. In conclusion, climate has been impactful. The next 4 weeks will be critical. Climate change continues to challenge as more weather-related events impact our crops. Mainstream varieties will continue to be under pressure as new varieties change consumer preferences. Inflation continues to impact middle to low-income demographics. These consumers are changing to lower-priced mainstream varieties or out of the apple category completely. Per capita consumption remains flat at best. Overall, U.S. apple quality looks excellent, with new varieties increasing in volume, including proprietary varieties like Envy and Washington's Cosmic Crisp. Considering the reduction in the 2022 actual volume in Washington, The total U.S. apple crop will be up 4.5% to a total of 4.522 million metric tons, but down slightly from the 5-year average. With that, I'd like to say thank you for your time, and I wish you all a happy and good Prognosfruit. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Lucan from CFNA. I'm pleased to share the updates of 2023 crop of apple and pear in China. According to the data that we collected from the industry, China will produce 37.17 million tons of apple and almost 18 million tons of pear in 2023 season, slightly recovering from last year. As for apple, Shanxi, Shandong, Shanxi, Henan, Liaoning, these 5 provinces will enjoy a normal year. But Gansu and Ningxia has been hit by the snow and hailing during the end of April and will decrease by 40 to 45%. As for pear, Hebei, Xinjiang, Liaoning, and Anhui, these 4 provinces will be back to the level of 2021, while Shandong and Henan will decrease by 10 to 15% for the low temperature during the fruit setting. As for the trade, in 2022, China exported 823,000 tons of apple, decreasing by 24%, and imported to 95,000 tons of apple, increasing by 40%. Meanwhile, China exported 444,000 tons of pear, decreasing by 13%, and imported 12,000 tons of pear, increasing by 31%. Above is the rough updates. Thanks for listening, and please let me know if you have questions. Thank you.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Tarun. It's same time of the year again that we are together. A special note of thanks to the organizers to organize this event every year, so that we can all share our thoughts and opinions and feedback on the upcoming crops and forecast. Without taking too much time, I'll come to the point on why we are all here. We are all here to share our feedback on the upcoming crops and forecasts on apples and pears. For India, I would be giving a representation of what I feel and what are the indications coming from Indian side on the apple crop. So I'll come to the presentation right away. IG, I'm a director at IG Fruits in India. It's one of the renowned importers of fresh fruit since 1970, and we're one of the biggest importers in the fruit industry. And coming on to the apple forecast for this year, we are looking at a short crop. From last year of 2.8 million tons, this year it is 1.9 million ton forecasted, which is 30% less. And we are seeing reduction in both regions of Himachal and Kashmir. And in Kashmir, we are looking at 1.6 million ton. What is important to note is that the crop in Kashmir, which is again down, but is also having issues of scab, which will mean that it will force the growers to sell in November and December, or October, November, December, which will be the key period for them to push out. So very little will go into long-term storage, keeping a very large window for other fresh fruits or imported fruits to come in. On Himachal too, the short is really crop, and primarily it has happened because of the climate change and the mountainous terrain that we have. This year, a large amount of rainfall has happened due to wind change that has happened into the northern regions and clouds around the Himalayan ranges. So they've all bursted, and a lot of rainfall has happened, putting a lot of damage and destroying a lot of farms too. And this year, even the roads are damaged, so transportation could be another challenge in that mountainous terrain. So for Indian growers, it is a difficult time, I would say, and we are seeing a large reduction. And there is no long-term storage or limited long-term storage that we foresee as compared to last year, and the sizing also will be too small. And this could become a trend also with the climate change if it was to occur ever again. On the pear crop, again, the number looks the same. However, it is important to note the quality of pear this year has been really not up to the mark, and also the size has been too small due to the large amount of climate change that we've been seeing in these Himalayan ranges. Coming on to the next one, which is the imports. On the imports, this year could be the first year that we could see Indian markets surpassing 500,000 ton. So last year again we were anticipating it, but it was probably pegged a little close at 490,000 tons for the last season. But this year we could see that surpassing. In fact, we've been very conservative into taking this number of 550,000 tons as imports. I'm really seeing there could be extremely strong demand on apples, especially looking at the reduction in the overall crop from the Indian side. But at the same time, post November, December, when you look at January onwards, since in 2024, there could be huge demand and more arrivals. Also, it gives a large window for the northern hemisphere growers to target India, and then it will set up a strong notion for southern hemisphere to come. So we're anticipating a good year coming into India. The pears import again has been going very strong, and it is led by the South African exporters. But this year South Africa was extremely short. Still, we are seeing them shipping decent amount of volumes, and there has been no reduction despite their reduction in the overall season, and the pricing has been very good. So we are anticipating and forecasting a similar year in the coming season too. And in 23-24, we are anticipating a better crop. So we're looking at 35,000 tons of imports. So this is all from my side. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing all my friends who are there, and I'm not able to catch up. I look forward to seeing you very soon in the coming months. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Okay, so there we go. It's nice to see people get a round of applause even if they're not here, which is very, very good to see. We will move straight on now. We're going to turn our attention to consumers and the market, and we're going to start off by inviting Vip Valvinosta's product manager for organics, Gerhard Eberhofer, to come and give us the perspective on the organic apple market.
Benvenuto a tutti, herzlich willkommen, and a nice welcome to everybody. It looks to me now to have a look together with you on the organic crop 2023, and of course to have also a view to the market, to the organic market. My name is Eberhofer Gerhard. I'm a co-opted member of the board of EBF. We heard just this morning, EBF is the Europäische Bio-Obstforum, or European Organic Fruit Forum, and is a registered association representing the interest of the European organic producers of apples and pears. About 50% of the European organic apple groups will be represented in this EBF, and I will say one important thing: all the harvest forecast, what I present, all the data refer to the source of the EBF. Have a look to the forecast 2023, almost the same harvest as in the previous year, 2022, around 5% more in Italy, 10–11% less in Germany, same or similar minus of 10% in Austria. Netherlands and Belgium are not really big players on the organic production of apples and pears, or mostly apples, sorry. And one important thing to France. France, we have only a few members in the EBF. France, we know, and we have seen also this morning, is producing much more of organic apples, between 150 to 200,000 tons in France per year. Now have a look to the single varieties. Gala by far is the strongest variety in the organic sector. and also for 2023, higher quantities again for this variety. Golden, some plus for this year, but in generally, I would say golden is concentrated in a few growing areas and will never reach the volumes it had a few years ago. Sorry, I was one slide behind. This is the slide of the varieties. And Elstar, a strong decline, reason of the smaller crop in Germany. Let's have a look to the second tier varieties. Red Delicious, very, very difficult in the meantime to place on the organic market. And I'm sure that around the next years, this variety will disappear completely from the market. We have always in the organic sector the managed varieties, the club varieties. You see on this graphic only a few of this. Many more are just available today on the market or will come around the next years on the market, also in the organic sector. And this graphic also we have seen just this morning, presented by Helwig Schwartau. I show it again because it's a very good graphic to show how was the situation on the organic sector in particular last season. In autumn 2022 and the following months, the consumer consistent was on the lowest point, and this had really negative effects, especially and in particular to the organic market. But, and that's the positive thing, it will increases again. And as I said before, it was really not easy or even difficult market for the organic apples last year. The reasons we know, and we heard just this morning, the economic environment, the many crises, the rising costs in many areas. But despite all the negatives conditions during season 22-23, we are facing now a well-organized season's end, and that's the positive thing. In time for the new harvest, I'm sure all the warehouses will be emptied everywhere, all over Europe. And one other important thing, the situation apples from the southern hemisphere, the availability around next weeks will be very, very limited. And for us as European people, from our point of view, it must be our aim to supply the market in Europe with the best quality of apples from Europe all year around the retail in all our countries. This can be one important key to success, and success is important. And let's have now a look to the way to a sustainable success. I'm sure you will agree with me that success can only be sustainable if everyone along the value chains wins. The producer, of course, as first step in this value chain, must produce what the market demands. New apple varieties for the taste of the modern consumer, resistant varieties that offer surely an added value from a sustainability perspective, and last but not least, and also this we heard sometimes just this morning, quality. This is much more important. But also the economic success is a very important pillar of sustainability. And I would like to underline only two key figures. Organic orchards produce around 25% less kilo, less quantity per hectare. at least 30% and more of the delivered quantity goes towards processing. And one other thing is very, very important for all the actors on the organic market. We need support from retail, from the trade. Access to retail is the road to success. I'm 100% sure about this. The organic production increased last years, and I'm sure will increase also the next years, slowly, but will increase. And now it's also important to increase the consumption. And I'm sure that there are ways to increase, to grow. And this is my personal assessment and conviction after 22 years of organic marketing and sales activities, how we can grow through the retail. More visibility for organic apples, a better positioning of organic apples in the fruit and vegetable department, and my personal experience is that organic apples must be right next to the non-organic apples. Not only pre-packed, if it's possible also loose or one layer. It means apples without packaging. More varieties and not only one or two. Other ways to grow. One SKU in the lower price segment, bags, second quality, lower quality. Of course, it's important for another consumer with less money. Another thing, okay, now will fall down. Another thing, one SKU in the premium segment. As we heard before, the managed varieties, pre-packed or loose, it doesn't matter, but it's important. And last but not least, and of course, we need promotions, yes, but please, the price should not be the only and most important argument. It's much more important to do activities at the point of sale, informing about organic to the consumer, tasting the product. This is very, very important. I'm sure it will not have success always the first time, and therefore, last but not least, is important another thing, tenacity. Never give up, try again. And on some markets and in some supermarkets, it's just working now very good, the organic sector. If we have a look to the most important figures worldwide, of course, the countries with the largest markets for organic food on the first place will be the USA, biggest market. But in Europe, Germany and France, looking to the people living in the several countries, is more or less on the same level. One important example how different organic can work is the situation in Italy and Switzerland. The turnover is very, very similar, but you know very well in Italy are living 59 million consumers and in Switzerland 9 million. So, of course, Switzerland per capita is much more successful. The global market data, by far the two most important markets are, and now on the first place, Europe, and on the second place, North America. But if we look to the per capita consumption, the USA is clearly ahead of Europe with 143 euro per year and 65 euro only in Europe. But that's reasoned because the low organic consumption in the Eastern Europe countries. Because if we have a look to the most successful countries and single countries, all over the world. From place number 1 to place number 8, we find only European countries. Switzerland, okay, all the food will cost a lot in Switzerland, is on the pole position, but Denmark with quite just 400 euro per capita and per year is on place number 2, and in this ranking we find the USA on the 9th place and Canada on the 10th place. So what I wanted to show you, it's working just now in a lot of countries, also in our European region, and it's working also with success in a lot of retails. And I will show you one example of a successful retailer, and I have received the okay from the head office of Taio to show these figures today. Most of you know Taio is a supermarket in Germany, 300 point of sales, 23,000 products in the shops, and more than 4,600 organic products. And what's happened in the organic or in the fruit and vegetable department? Organic share of turnover in 2022 more than 50%. That's okay, but much more important is the organic in terms of quantity. First time, even in the difficult year 2022, Taio reached the 50% in terms of quantity of all the group of fruit and vegetable in the department. And what's the reason for this successful way? Of course, they are manifold. Certainly a path that has been followed with 100% confidence over a long, long time, more than 20 years. But if we take a look at the Taio shops, you can identify many of the success factors mentioned above. And I will, or I have show it to you also, or only one example, Taio, and I will underline that there are much more retailers with big success in the organic sector in Europe, and I'm sure that every retailer doing more than 10% just in fruit and vegetable organic is just a successful retailer in this sector. And to become successful or to keep success, I will say on the end of my presentation one last thing. Also, these words we heard just this morning at 9 o'clock, passion is the key to success. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a successful Apple year 2023-24.
Thank you very much, Gerhard. Please take a seat. Thank you very much. Your passion for organic came through loud and clear there. We're going to now have another discussion, and we're going to take this discussion forward about consumers and boosting consumption. So I'm going to invite, in no particular order, Stefan Weist of Rewe to join us. Rewe, known to many of you, of course, a big German retailer. Also Claudio Mazzini from Coop Italia. I think it's nice that we find ourselves linguistically at the crossroads between Italy and Germany here, and we have a German retailer and an Italian retailer, but in fact 2 European retailers, let's say. And finally, please, Roberto Della Casa. Roberto Della Casa, the leading expert in fresh produce marketing and lots more. But based here in Italy. Please take a seat. And Roberto, I'm very pleased to say, is going to be helping me. Are you going to go there? Roberto is going to be helping me from the strong position here behind the podium, helping to punctuate our discussion. So I will move here. And what we want to do is we want to focus on 4 key areas. We can take the discussion somewhere else as well. Claudio is going to be speaking in Italian, by the way, so if you want to get a headset, please do. And those 4 key areas that we want to focus on are, in order, demand, consumer demand, which we've heard something about there, and related to that, what kind of innovation we expect to see, or we think there should be. It was interesting that Todd Freihofer said that consumption in the US is flat at best. That doesn't sound very optimistic, but maybe there are ways that we could boost that consumption in North America and in Europe. Also, the question of how retail deals with products, how it markets them via private label in many cases. We will then also look at the very, very small topic of sustainability. Maybe there's a few things we can mention there about sustainability. And then finally, our 4th point will be on segmentation of the category, something that is familiar to many of you who market apples and pears, trying to make them more special within that category. And before we come to you, Roberto, I just wanted to kind of join the dots between what Gerhard's saying and what we're going to say. And when we look at the organic market, it's a way of production. It's rooted in a different kind of production. But it's also very much a strategy to obtain more value in the market. And I just wonder what lessons from organic can be learned which can be applied to other parts of the market. And we'll just dwell on that for a few seconds, and then we'll turn to Roberto to start us off properly. So please, yeah, Stefan.
Am I on? Yeah. What can we learn from organic? I think we can learn 3 things. That sometimes returning to traditional methods is a good thing. Secondly, that you can move out of a niche into a mainstream. And thirdly, that you need strategic and political support if you want to be successfully moving something in a market full of very price-conscious consumers into mainstream. So we heard the numbers of Tegut. Tegut is a very, very special case. They have been working on organic products since I'm in the industry, so long time. I think other retailers are on fruit and vegetable between 10 and 15 in Germany, which is already pretty good. And even the hard discounters are in 7 now. But this category of organic product in fruit and vegetable, but also in other product groups, will get a lot of political support over the next years. So if we want it or not, most of us probably will want it, it will grow, and probably that's good for the environment.
Claudio ha il suo gelato. Yeah. Come vede questo nicchia, o forse più di una nicchia, nella forma di biologico?
Allora, noi come biologico in Italia usciamo dal 3° anno consecutivo di calo di consumi. Vi porto il nostro caso perché i numeri li conosco meglio, ma credo che più o meno i numeri anche ufficiali siano gli stessi. Nel nostro caso siamo arrivati nel 2020 a toccare con il prodotto biologico un'incidenza sul reparto a valore di quasi 6 punti percentuali e a volume circa 3,5, e oggi siamo scesi sotto il 5, quindi abbiamo perso 1,5 punti sostanzialmente a valore, e questo non è dovuto semplicemente a un problema di crisi economica o di prezzi aumentati, perché le linee premium continuano a crescere. Quindi c'è un problema, io credo, di valore che il consumatore non riconosce più al biologico, a questo biologico, e quindi quello che dobbiamo chiederci noi operatori è che cosa abbiamo sbagliato in questi ultimi anni e cosa dobbiamo fare per fare in modo che il consumatore riconosca al biologico il giusto valore, perché stanno continuando a crescere le linee premium, a 2 cifre, quindi crescono con un ritmo veramente molto importante. La nostra linea fior fiore ha superato l'8% di incidenza, mentre quella biologica retrocede. Quindi se fosse solo un problema di prezzo non avremmo questa linea. Certamente il fatto che il biologico per lungo tempo abbia tenuto in secondo piano l'aspetto del gusto, della qualità, è uno dei problemi su cui dobbiamo lavorare, perché il fatto che sia buono per l'ambiente, sano e che sia sostenibile non è sufficiente se non è altrettanto buono come sapore.
Ok, capito. Thank you both for considering that point. Oops. Okay, so we will now turn our attention to one particular theme, and that's innovation and how this can spark demand. So Roberto, over to you.
Yes, Mike, the first issue, the first strange situation that we have. This morning we heard about reduction in consumption in the Apple market. More or less, if we observe the last year or the last 10 years, more or less the situation is the same. It is a decline, excluding limited period like COVID-29, for example. But we observe a situation very strange if we consider that we have not only a decrease in terms of quantities, but also in value we have problem. We can observe in these slides, we have a huge increase in the value of the fast-moving goods, consumer goods in Europe in the last years, 21, 22. Also, child and fresh product realize better performance than the market together, 5.8, 7.3, but Apple market only in value 1.1. So there is an increase in terms of value. The value is related to inflation for the most part, but also the value of apples are not in line with the increase of the segment, child and fresh, and not with the total segment of fast-moving consumer goods. And this is strange compared to the variety innovation that we have observed in the last 10 years in this market. My colleagues of Limburg in 2022 recognized 69 logos, not brands, logos. The most part are also trademarks, so are registered, so they are protected by law, but probably they are not in the mind of the consumers really brands. And normally, when we have an innovation like this in the market, we observe an increase. Normally in value, is not necessary also in quantity, but in value is normal. And the question for the panel is, why? Which are the reasons to have a so strange situation, considering, this is the last figure, that the fruit I wouldn't give up in England, in Germany, in France, in Poland, the first one is apple. So this is a very strange situation. We have a very important fruit, we have a lot of innovation, we have a lot of marketing activities, and we have a decrease in consumption in quantities, and also not so good performance in value. This is the question.
Well, Roberto is making my job very easy, because all I have to do is say, well, why?
Well, maybe we can learn from Belarus, because they have a very high per capita consumption, as we learned earlier. I like what you said about its labels and not brands, because I think this industry has been investing a lot, all of you, into new varieties, into new technology, into everything. But also retail has been investing a lot. We have invested about 50% more promotions on apples over the last 7 years. That's more or less the average. All kind of fruit have gone up. But on apples, which were already the #1 on fruit promotions in the last 15 years and continue to be, we also grew 50%. So if you grow from a higher base, you grow. We invest into market space in our shops. We give about 12% of the surface of the sales to apples. but we only sell 7% of our turnover is made by apples. So that's an investment as well. And if we talk about the logoed apples, and I will keep that in mind when I talk about those in the future, we have about 50% of the sales share is on promotions. So I dare to say that the logoed apple buyer, and they're all good. Well, personally, I like them all. The logoed apple buyer buys brand A this week on promotion. In 2 weeks, he buys brand B. In 3 weeks, he buys brand C. And that's the challenge we have. I mentioned it over lunch. We have one apple left, the granny. We are one apple right, that's the golden delicious. And in between, we have something for every taste. And they're all good. They're all good, but they're also all very similar.
Okay, well, we will come on to the question of segmentation later on. Claudio, let's give you a chance to respond to Roberto's question.
Sì, io avevo preparato un paio di chart, ma credo che non riusciamo a caricarle con alcune informazioni che raccontano bene l'Apple Paradox, il paradosso delle mele. Allora, dal 2017 a oggi nel reparto ortofrutta le mele incidono esattamente la stessa percentuale a valore e a volume. Quindi era il 7,5 nel 2017, è il 7 nel 2022, era il 9%, rimane sostanzialmente invariato. Le vendite, se guardiamo lo stesso periodo, la Golden è crollata dal 53 al 49%, cioè lo stesso numero, capite? La Stark ha ancora l'8%, cioè è un consumo che si sposta lentissimamente, il crollo delle Golden era una battuta ovviamente, insomma in 5 anni è un punto per anno. L'aggregato altre mele è cresciuto in 5 anni dal 6 all'11%, quindi in percentuale è quasi raddoppiato. Fatto sta che l'11% contiene sostanzialmente 15 varietà oggi, di cui perlomeno per quanto riguarda noi, io vi porto i nostri numeri, le prime 5 fanno il 70%. Quindi di quelle 68 innovazioni, 20-22 sono già arrivate, ne abbiamo inserite più o meno 13, 14, 5 fanno il 60% di quell'11%. A marchio Fiorfiore sono il 40%, cioè di tutto quello che c'è lì come brand, il brand nostro dell'alto di gamma fa la metà dei volumi. Quindi è evidente che abbiamo alcune conclusioni che mi sento di condividere con voi. Abbiamo spostamenti molto lenti. Considerate che la Pink Lady, che ha goduto di 20 anni di totale innovazione e di un marketing innovativo, ha raggiunto il 2,5% di incidenza. Per quelle altre 68 non ci sarà lo spazio temporale e di investimento di cui ha goduto Pink Lady. Per cui è evidente che questo è un tema che dovremo porci in termini di assortimento. Io credo che il tasso di mortalità delle nuove varietà sarà altissimo, sarà devastante. E l'ultima cosa che volevo dirvi è abbiamo secondo me uno sforzo congiunto da fare per provare a cambiare più rapidamente, perché che le Stark valgano ancora l'8% è una cosa che non riesco a capacitarmi. Una qualunque di queste mele che ha fatto vedere Roberto è meglio dal punto di vista del sapore, una qualunque, non è importante quale. Quindi abbiamo un lavoro per far conoscere i prodotti di selezione molto importante, però è evidente che 68 nuove varietà non ci stanno.
Thank you, Claudio. Thank you, Stefan. We will need to move the conversation on quickly, but I just want to observe, you know, I'm always looking for the visual metaphor to understand something better, okay? So the visual metaphor that has come into my head, bear with me, is the hot air balloon. Now, the hot air balloon is used by one of these brands at the moment in Tuscany to promote itself. And I'm thinking, well, if the hot air balloon comes down, and it's going down and down and down, you put the fire in, you light the fire, the reaction isn't immediate. Okay, bear with me. The reaction isn't immediate. So the introduction of these club varieties of Pink Lady, Jazz, Envy, and so on, is that the fire that's required to lift this whole balloon, and we just haven't seen the reaction yet? Is that possible?
Yes. The problem, in my opinion, is that when you try to segmentate market in so many ways, you have to find the line, the key factor. You need simple key factor. For example, dark chocolate. All the companies that work on dark chocolate, the percentage of cacao, this is the key factor for all. For me is origin, for you is master chef, for him is something different, but you have a way. You can build value in this way. A general segmentation, rules, key factor, and then company that works in order to differentiate, to segmentate the market. When you put a lot of different things without enough communication, because the problem is communication. It's not so simple to promote a product with 5,000 tons. How I have to invest per kilo? It's something not available. So probably we have worked in the past watching at results, performance, color, bicolor, monocolor, etc., etc. But before the sector need to establish the rules of this kind of segmentation. In different way, no one is able to promote in a right way product at the consumer level. No one. In business like yogurt, for example, we have rules also in this case.
In some ways, that now takes us on to the next question, because you've shown us the slide with all of the, sorry, Roberto, with all of the brands on there, but actually, in many cases, those brands are not always fully visible.
Yes, but these are logos, are labeled. It's normal for the, if you watch in a wholesale market now, in UK or in Italy or in Germany, we watched a lot of different packaging. Each packaging has the same as their brand, their name, their company, but are not brands, are simple logos. To differentiate this kind of logos at the consumer level, you need to find the key factor. 5, 3, better 2. And each one can differentiate in this kind of segmentation their position. Top, my identity, my skills, etc., etc. If I have to know each performance of, I am honest, I don't know exactly all of these brand logos. So in this way, we build a lot of different products in the market, but it will be difficult to establish and to perform value. The second, to enter very quickly, is the market concentration at the retailing level. We have to consider for the future that the first two groups in the European market for fast-moving consumer goods are 2 discounts. Not discount in the 90 meaning, new discount. Super discount, essential supermarket, as you prefer. The definition is not important. But they are reaching one of the most important positions in the European market for fast-moving and also for apples. They represent more or less more than 25% at the moment. And they increase year by year with a new kind of proposal. Not price, not value, position. And you have also to consider, and this is important because we are in one of the regions where cooperatives are, the rule are the situation, so we have a lot of product together in a cooperative, but it's not the situation for all around Europe. And watch this, in 2 countries, the first 6 retailers, at the moment represents 25% of the total market in Europe for fast-moving consumer goods. 25, 6 company. If you use 9 regions, 9 countries, less than 15, 50% of the market. And they are watching, as was underlined before, on the private label. This is the question. They are developing year by year very quickly. Private label, own brand, as you prefer, represent now less than 40% of the total market, 229 billion euros, Mike. So, a huge amount, more than the most important blue chip in the food market. And, the end, child and fresh is the best category. 45% of the total sold are in private label. And Italy is the tail back, only 29, but from 47 to 29, we have the most important European country in terms of range of private label. So we have to consider 69 logos, 5 retailers that represent 25% of the total European market for fast moving, and they are focused on private label.
Well, Stefan and Claudio are very good at maths, so they can explain how this is.
Let me add to your frustration. On fruit and vegetable, in our supermarket chain, private label is 67%. And the rest is not brands. The rest is also whatever, packing brands, which we might know, but no consumer has ever heard of. But there's a very clear reason why in the fruit business this is the strongest share, because of a lack of brands. If you look at Germany, when I was a kid, you had TV spots for Carmel, Cape, Outspan, Enza wasn't existing then, Onkel Tuka, so mostly bananas. But you also had citrus, you had so many smaller brands. You had Jaffa, now only known in England. And today, you have Pink Lady a bit, Chiquita every now and then, and the rest is supermarkets. Why? Because we give the consumer the structure with our private label, with what almost every retailer has: cheap, good, better, organic, regional approach. Most retailers have that. That gives him the orientation, which this ballpark of brands, which even me being in the industry since 35 years, I don't even know half of them. So how will you reach the consumer with that? And I think this structure is something which you need. So as long as you're as structured as here, or as multiple as here, the part which you need to think of as an industry, well, if everybody has a small slice of the cake, then grow the cake. Otherwise, this will disappear.
It does, if I play devil's advocate here, which is kind of my job, there do seem to be success stories in branding in fresh produce, albeit not so many, but if you look beyond apples, you know, not just Pink Lady, but if you look into Driscoll's in berries, for example, and there are still some strong brands in bananas. You've worked in bananas, Stefan. That's another discussion. Tender stem broccoli. There do seem to be some success stories. Does that not suggest that there is more to be done in terms of branding? Is there more that can be done with apples and pears, which takes them beyond private label, which is very successful, but some would also describe it as perhaps not as exciting as it could be? That's me being diplomatic. Do you think, Claudia, what do you think of that? Do you think there is more potential in branding that we haven't untapped yet?
Noi abbiamo numeri, come dire, che da quest'anno si avvicineranno a quelli che diceva il collega di Reve, perché insomma, arriveremo con una quota del protomarchio Coop che supererà il 50% e sopra al 35-40 l'ortofrutta. La domanda è: siamo bravi noi o non sono capaci gli altri? Perché questa è una domanda che mi faccio da qualche anno, visto i capelli e la barba capite che non è poco che bazzico in questo settore. E quando noi partimmo nell'89-88 con il primo linea di prodotto a marchio della nostra impresa di Coop, e io allora facevo il tecnico che faceva i controlli e veniva in queste valli come nel resto d'Italia a fare i controlli, il fatto che avessimo avuto noi l'intuizione di metterci la faccia verso i consumatori e tolti pochissimi casi, qui siamo in uno dei casi eccellenti di creazione di marca, nessuno nel mondo ortofrutta per 25 anni abbia investito per creare un brand, mi fa pensare che forse non siamo stati bravi noi. Però, al di là di questo, io credo che la segmentazione e non la proliferazione, la segmentazione dei brand sia necessario, perché diverse sono le esigenze, le unità di bisogno, dicono quelli intelligenti del marketing, sono differenti e a quelle vanno date risposte, senza esagerare, come dicevo prima, nella proliferazione. Però devo darvi, come sempre io sono un grande realista, voi sapete che gli ottimisti sono i pessimisti male informati. Abbiamo un giugno con un più 12,8 di inflazione e meno 8,5 a volumi. Luglio temo che non sarà molto diverso. Io credo che noi dobbiamo riflettere su come contrastare una crisi dei consumi senza precedenti. E questo secondo me è il vero problema. Abbiamo di fronte a noi un consumatore che si sta disaffezionando all'ortofrutta, nonostante l'ortofrutta costi oggi, dato medio ai RAI di luglio, 2,51 € al chilo. Quindi non è che è costoso in assoluto, ma la percezione che ha il consumatore è che è molto costosa. Dobbiamo lavorare assieme per questo.
Okay. Now, it's very hard, really, for Roberto and I to argue that this success of private label should be turned around and focus more on on the supplier brands. Of course, we get that. But if that's agreed, well, are there not ways to make apples and pears more special in the eyes of consumers? Because ultimately, that's what the brands are trying to do. So is that not in your interest, even if you're keeping the private label model? What can be done to make apples more special in the eyes of consumers?
Honestly, I think an apple is a pretty perfect product. There's so many products where I think as a consumer you are disappointed very often. A berry, sometimes it's a bit mealy, sometimes it's crunchy. A melon, sometimes it's sweeter, sometimes it's a bit on the sour side. On apple, this very rarely happens. So for me, looking at consumers and having been on the marketing side as well, you need to create consumption moments. There's two things you can do. You lower the costs out of the system. If you're oversupplied, you open new markets. I think that will work for the next years, but over time, with all the new global sustainability challenges we have, that will not become a lot of support in 10 years or so. So we need to find consumption moments. On many products, I'm saying if we would improve this and that, the consumer would buy more. On apples, I don't even know what I would, and that's very frustrating for us as well, otherwise we would find somebody. I wouldn't know what I could improve in an apple, honestly.
Okay. Well, maybe, is this the reality? We have to accept that apples are, and forgive me for saying, they are the Volkswagen of the fruit department and not the Ferrari. They're not a passion fruit, or they're not something out of this world. They're dependable, reliable, good quality.
Sorry. Because the situation is this. We worked on concrete value, crunchy, sweet, red, and the possibility to improve value using concrete approach and good product is limited. you have to suggest something in terms of perception. Wine, flavor, origin, story. In this way, there are no limits. Ferrari is a mito. It's not a car. The value is not for the car, it's for the mito. Bread mito. So, if you will build value in terms of concrete approach, probably occasion of consumption is the key. We will start with some data at the end. But if you would like to improve value, not in concrete way, but in the meaning of the consumer, you have to use storytelling, you have to use something different. You have to speak to the heart, not to the brain.
Is that possible though, Claudio? Is that possible to speak to consumers in that way?
Ma io uso una battuta di Roberto perché diceva l'ingegnere Ferrari: date a un bambino un foglio di carta e una biro, chiedete di disegnare una macchina, disegnerà una Ferrari. Ed è la verità, perché il salto tra la macchina e il mito è in questo. Quindi io credo che il creare il valore debba passare, una volta superato il problema qualitativo, ripeto, non ne siamo fuori del tutto, cioè non abbiate la percezione che tutte le vostre mele sono buone, non è vero. Non abbiate la percezione che tutte le vostre pere, visto che abbiamo anche quelle, sono buone, peggio ancora. Allora, quando avremo superato realmente la soglia di qualità minima garantita, ripetibile nel tempo, memorabile, si può costruire lo storytelling e si può creare valore da questo punto di vista. Ma finché non abbiamo questo, non siamo ancora in questa condizione, cioè la vostra concezione di paglierino del Golden non è quella che è in testa al consumatore. Guardo lui che sorride perché è una battuta che sono 7-8 anni che ci facciamo. Cioè il pantone è pantone, quello che avete in testa voi sul Golden non è paglierino, è verde. Si chiama verde in italiano, paglierino è un altro colore. Okay? Allora, se non cominciamo a ragionare con standard minimi, ripetibili, qualitativamente certi, non riusciamo a creare lo storytelling, perché, come dico sempre, la marca è una cosa bellissima perché ti rende memorabile, virgola. Poi però quando gli tiri la sola il consumatore si ricorda, virgola. Quindi dobbiamo lavorare prima di tutto su questo. Poi ci sono le condizioni, e qua magari ne parliamo dopo, che per fare alcune cose forse bisogna farle assieme in maniera più aggregata, perché sennò siamo tanti nani in mezzo ai giganti. Un po' come Gulliver.
Capito. Thank you very much. Stefan very kindly a few seconds ago mentioned the word sustainability, which takes us neatly on to our next discussion.
Another question in this very difficult situation is if sustainability is a competitive or a pre-competitive issue in the market. Because now, these are a research made by 1,000 people in each of these European countries, where healthiest, safest, sustainable, where are produced? In UK for British, in Germany for German, etc., etc. And related to apples, where the best apples come from. Local, domestic.
That's
national.
pretty conclusive, yeah.
So, the sustainability concept is related to something is in my view, not over, for this kind of product. Because this kind of product are product related to your tradition, to your origin. And we have these are the best for market segmentation related to sustainability for apples and for the other fresh fruits. We can use this one in competitive terms, company by company, retailer by retailer, or in a pre-competitive approach in order to support the value of apple. Integrated, pesticides-free, organic, in which way? Because if I sell pesticide-free, and this is the best apple because are without pesticide, and yours are with pesticides, so yours are not good. This is competitive approach. And in this way, we have to invest a lot of money in order to support. When you use a comparison for negative terms, you have to support your value, and you fight with the other. It's a battle or probably a war. In this way, it is very difficult to realize and to build a value for the sector. My question is, will it be better to use this kind of possibility, technical possibility to support sustainability of apples, or will it be better to use this kind in terms of market segmentation and so opportunity for each company at the producing or the retailing level?
Shall we start with Claudio just to change things up?
Ma io credo che una quota di questi argomenti siano assolutamente precompetitivi, perché la sicurezza è un prerequisito. Poi possiamo ragionare su livelli di sofisticazione della sostenibilità per target specifici con esigenze specifiche. Però io credo che una base molto alta debba essere necessariamente comune, perché la sicurezza alimentare, il tema della sostenibilità sono per una gran parte prerequisiti. Poi esistono fasce di consumatori che richiedono e che hanno esigenze diverse, e per quelli credo che vadano segmentate in quel senso. Però la mia opinione è che una parte significativa sia assolutamente precompetitiva.
I have a multi-segmented thought on that. First of all, congratulations to our Italian hosts to have made the second space everywhere in the trust of the consumer. Well done. I'm also surprised that France had only 91%. If I look at these labels, just for starters, there's two which I don't know, and two are organic. But I agree there's a lot of labels, and one of our strategies is to reduce the labels. Now, if we look at the so-called private standards, which you all love so much, the first round of them was a defensive round. There was a lot of trouble around pesticides, not on apples, but on fruit and vegetable, and we're in all of that together. And due to that pressure which came out of the media, every retailer had to do something quickly, and then it ended up in something which I personally think is complete nonsense, by trying to do something technical which we don't even understand, trying to do that for the consumer. But that was out of defense. I think the next rounds of sustainability things will become also driven by politics, much more something which is very necessary. It comes because big changes are necessary in all of our supply chains, and that only work on a level play field platform. So I personally think the next rounds of this will become a prerequisite, but not done by retailers like us, but it will be done by the governments coming from the EU, and because everybody needs to do it, it will also become a cost factor, but the same for everybody. So I personally think politics in this case, even though it's at first sight a big hurdle again, is good because it's for everybody.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I was just thinking, in the UK right now, the tension between politics and sustainability efforts is becoming even more clear. For example, on whether you can drive your car into London without paying to do so. The question of this whole session is, what do consumers want? But in some ways you're saying, well, actually, it's not as simple as that. It's not just about consumers coming in and saying, this is what I want here. Some of these decisions come from that tension between politics governments and the consumer base and people, and that's where the decisions are made on, do we have social standards? Do we have environmental standards? Are you saying we're going to see more of that? Do you think that's going to become even more of a pressure from outside the dynamic between consumers and supermarkets? Is it actually going to come from governments even more in future?
Absolutely. I think we're living in a time of hyper-complexity. Maybe everybody here raises hand who didn't have a climatic extreme in the last 2 years. Last year? All we're doing in the last 2 or 3 years, 4 years maybe, before that it was incidents. Now it's the new normal. We talk about climate change and global warming since 15 years. Every time people find reasons why to, not this year. So the time frame which is left becomes shorter and shorter. And obviously I have things which touch our business which I'm not happy with, and I'm saying, well, the other ones first. But I think with time becoming denser and denser and all of us seeing the effects, almost weekly somewhere, it will come. And maybe it is good that politics force us to, not for next year's business or our spreadsheets for the next 5 years, but maybe for the ones of you which have kids, for them.
Okay.
And so it is it's unavoidable that it will come.
Yeah. Let's bring it back, just to finish this segment. Let's bring it back to what impact that has on apples and pears. What will that do to consumers? Will it change the way they approach the apple and pear category?
Sì, una domanda complicata, devo dire.
Of course.
Mi riaggancio al suo discorso perché credo che una delle azioni che dobbiamo fare, e qua quando parlo tutti assieme parlo di tutta la filiera, è quella di far percepire come il settore agricolo è il primo che paga le conseguenze del cambiamento climatico e quindi ha la necessità di difendersi e di proteggersi per non creare danno. Però credo che il primo passaggio da fare, e anche qua bisogna farlo cercando di unire le forze, è contrastare il calo lo ridico perché su questo chi mi conosce lo sa, io ho pochi argomenti, li ripeto da una vita, prima o poi qualcuno mi dirà che o ho ragione o sono matto, in entrambe le case. Il tema è, abbiamo perso in 20 anni 200 grammi al giorno di consumo di ortofrutta, con degli impatti sulla salute pubblica che sono devastanti. E, come spesso dice Roberto, siamo riusciti in compenso a farci rubare dalle acque minerali il ruolo di tutori della salute, mentre è il mondo dell'ortofrutta il tutore della salute, perché la dieta mediterranea si basa sull'ortofrutta. Allora, dobbiamo fare uno sforzo per riconquistare il nostro ruolo, che è quello che ci spetta come reparto ortofrutta, e abbiamo l'obbligo e il dovere di chiedere alla politica azioni coerenti a sostegno di qualcosa che non serve al settore, serve alla pubblica sanità prima di tutto. Quindi abbiamo l'obbligo di provare a cambiare la narrazione e nel cambiare questo ognuno persegue la sua strategia di posizionamento, ma dobbiamo provare a suonare lo stesso spartito. Vi faccio l'esempio per chi ha visto lo spot che abbiamo fatto lo scorso mese, con il carrello che portava il broccolo da far mangiare al bambino, perché il tema è provare a aumentare i consumi. Poi ognuno ha il suo posizionamento, ma abbiamo un problema che ci riguarda tutti, che è il calo dei consumi.
Okay, we have a few minutes left, and we have one more section that we want to cover. In many ways, this could sum everything up, but yeah.
Categorization, category approach. Normally we use segmentation and categorization in the same way, but it's completely different. Segmentation is dividing new innovation in the way that you prefer. A category approach is completely different. You have to realize a segmentation useful for consumer and able to improve also results at the company level. So we have to find a new way to make business. For Apple, for example, in the United States, we have a few examples. This is Sprouts. This is the cool retailer in the US. Category key sweetness, from Granny Smith to Fuji. Or Wegmans, this is the best performer retailers all around the world. Cluster, sweet to eat, classic flavor, uniquely flavored, and can be used for eating, cooking, etc., etc. Or, more sophisticated, we took these pictures on a Whole Food in London with Chris 5 years ago.
Just incidentally, this Whole Foods is now closed.
Yes.
You know this. Yeah.
We have three different keys: utilization, health, high impacting, and storytelling. Traditional English cooking apples. So we introduce a new factor. But looking at this study, this research made 2,000 people in Italy. When do you eat apples? Multiple choices. Morning snacks, 49%. Afternoon snacks, 52%. And the end of the lunch as fruit, so the traditional use in Italy, 33%, 53%. So there is also space, Mike, to realize a categorization using traditional kind of segmentation. But we have a snack apple. Smart, in your opinion, is a small car or is a concept? Smart is not a small car only. It's a new concept. And in this way, probably, looking at the grape, at the table grape, for example, I don't know if it's possible working on genetics to realize an apple without seeds. But it's not necessary to do that. The necessary thing is not use only small apples, sweety, crunchy, etc., but the same characters, also in a small way. It's not a snack. It's a small apple sold as a snack, but it's different. And results are different. So what we have to do is to find the right way to realize segmentation useful for consumer and able to improve your results. This is the Brian Harris definition, is the father of category management approach. And it's a different kind of possible users of your space. In my opinion, this is the crucial point for apples in the next 5 years. These data are for the Italian market. The average among 75 cases, so is a consistent research, 2,500 square meter supermarket, so is a good supermarket for the Italian market at the moment. From 2012 to 2022, we observed an increment in terms of SKUs for fruit and vegetable, 89%, fresh cut, 85%, dried fruit and legumes, 162%. It means, in total, more than double. We have double SKUs in the point of sale. In the same time, apples, from 13 to 18, 38%. A lot of apples. 18 apples in the average of the total annual range is a good number. But do you have more spaces for the future? Have you got the possibility to improve the space? In my opinion, very difficult, and without results, for sure, no. For sure, no. So, when we think about categorization, we have to consider that space is the key factor. Enough space to satisfy all the need for the customer, nothing more.
This is a very busy department, and I know, Stefan, you have some strong views on the number of SKUs that there should be. Claudio, I imagine you do as well. What's your reaction to this? Is this something that will help? Is this something that will not help? What's the best strategy?
Well, firstly, congratulations to the Italians that they were able to limit the number of SKUs to 18. I have 28 right now listed, which is completely crazy. And we checked in one area, we limited it to 19, and we sold more with the 19 than with the 28 before, because we have a puzzling amount of products there.
This is what you've inherited, is it?
Yes.
Blame the old guys, yeah.
Now,
but you did the same.
Let's start with a crazy assumption. Let's say all the walls of a supermarket are made out of concrete. That gives us limited possibilities to put more products in the shop without replacing something else. So the job of a category manager, which is what my team is doing, is to optimize the space. So you look at trend products, and obviously you can support one category a little bit more because you find it strategic. The one does more fresh product, the other does more convenience, the fourth more organic. But you optimize your shelf space. So it's always a mixture of a bit of strategy, but mostly tactics. We analyze every category once per year, and then we decide, will there be more fruit or more vegetables? On the long run, I think fruit and vegetable will win, because everybody talks about plant-based products. The winners are brands which are hardened fats and whatever, but at the end of the day, no product can be more plant-based than a plant or its fruits, and we will benefit from it. One category more than the other, then we will have more shelves, and then the decision needs to be, do you, if you are an Italian supermarket, do you need more than 270 products, or do you need to show your 270 products broader? That's category
in more space.
Yes, to give them more space, to give more structure. That's the job of a category manager, and whatever I answer now will be different in 5 years.
Because I am sure most of the people in this room could give you a list of products elsewhere in the supermarket that they would replace apples and pears with. Could that happen? Could we see...
If it was to me, the whole shop would be a supermarket only for fruit and vegetable, because and flowers and plants, because that's what I'm responsible for.
And the flowers. You can put them outside, though. You can put them outside. Well, Stefan, we look forward to seeing you do that. Claudio, what about for the Italian supermarket scene? Can you see potential here to change things for the better?
L'analisi ovviamente corretta. Peccato che di quella crescita da 13 a 18, 7-6 sono ancora golden, più o meno, e forse sono 20 se contiamo però le rotazioni, quindi di prodotti che entrano e escono in continuo. Ho poco da aggiungere rispetto a quello che ho già detto sulla categoria delle mele. È evidente che 64 in 18 non ci sta, questo mi sembra abbastanza intuitivo. Insomma.
Okay. Please, yeah.
Final thing on this. If you take an SKU for fruit and vegetable, it's minimum 30 times 40 centimeters, very often 40 times 60 or more. If you take an SKU of dried fruit and vegetable and legumes or all the others, it's maybe 10 centimeters times 20.
Okay.
That's also something to be considered. So the visibility of every single SKU in a shop of fruit and vegetables is much higher per SKU than all the others.
That's a very good point, thank you.
These data are for SKUs, not product. And if you watch a dried fruit and legumes, you are so amazing number because you have a lot of SKUs, product are 10, maximum 12, but in a different way. And in Italy, you have to consider that a lot of categories are arriving at this moment, exotic, plant-based products. Every day arrive a new category, and the space is the same, because all in the point of sale are not so simple to move.
Okay, we have covered a huge amount, and we're very grateful to you both. Thank you for taking the time to do so. Roberto, is there anything else you would like to add? Lasciamo stare.
Yes,
Okay.
I think so.
Let's give these guys a big round of applause, and to Roberto as well. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you, Roberto. So we have successfully managed to have a presentation and a panel discussion at the same time, which has now saved you time. So there we go. I believe we're now going to hear from Alessandro, who's going to come and tell us about the technical visits tomorrow. So Alessandro Dalpiaz of Apport, thank you very much.
Thank you to you all. It has been a long technical day, I would say, quite intensive, but we had the occasion to listen to many, many interesting things and reflections and considerations. Don't be worried, I don't stand too long here because I don't give you any formal speech, just some quick reminder about the conclusion of this day and what some of you are going to see tomorrow morning during the so-called technical visits, but aren't only technical visits. That's before passing the floor for the presentation of the next Prognosfruit and the conclusion that will be taken by my friend and colleague Luc van Ooyenbeek. There are 4 buses waiting for all of you outside in 20 minutes more or less, and you will go to Trento taking the same bus you took this morning, and you will have 1 hour, some more, for having a shower, a bit of rest, what you want to do. And then at 7, you have to control, to check what time is foreseen the new departure of the bus around 7, to be transported, to be brought to the Cantina Mezza Corona for the gala dinner. Gala dinner will start at 8, and the back to Trento is planned for 11 this evening. Tomorrow morning, we understand it's quite pressing, it's still waiting, but you have to start around 7. Once again, check what's planned for you, because there are the technical visits. You will be a group of 70 people, more or less, divided in 3 subgroups and 3 buses. Any group will visit the same venue. There are 3 stops. The first is the Hypogeum project of Melinda, so the gallery digged in the mountain where a reasonable amount of apples are stored. It's emotionally speaking, it's impacting, and so we are sure that you will remind what this project is. One high example of sustainability, saving territory, storing without or reducing the energy required for the storing of the fruits. And so having reduced carbon CO2 impact, that's okay. But then we wouldn't stop only on this technicality, but offer you the opportunity to visit the Castel Valere that has been recently bought by the province of Trento, and that's accessible. That's the reason why it's accessible right now. We are organizing that in cooperation with the local touristic agency for the promotion of the tourism. And it deserves to be visited because it is quite alive. So architecture is quite original, but inside there are frescoes painted during the Middle Age by a family of painters coming from Lombardia. There's a great story behind. And then to the San Romedio Sanctuary, it's a new, it's recently applied for being recognized as a patrimony of the UNESCO, and it's an example of architecture, art to expressions of tradition, culture. So the philosophy that's behind the organization of this Prognosfruit as well, as has been said by our president this morning. Some of you will stay for the lunch, some no, but it's everything planned for the people that has to be back in Trento earlier than the other part of the group. So I think we got many of the results we had in the pipeline, we were waiting for. So I recommend take this risk to recommend you to set the clock at the right time tomorrow. We run the risk to organize here the Prognosfruit, having in mind that the logistic problems were quite high or higher than usual, but acceptable because we had the intention to immerse you inside a rural area, a rural building, so we had lunch where you know. And that's the only recommendation I would pass to you, and bring a bit of patience and understanding for the problem linked to this kind of organization. Enjoy this evening, enjoy tomorrow, and we hope to have offered to you a good occasion for leaving this territory in the Nons Valley in Trentino as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. Can I just also make a note of thanks to Alessandro and his team, Julia at Assomela, Anna and Barbara and all of the team who have put together such a fantastic program. Nothing to do with me, I just turned up. So thank you, Alessandro. Complimenti. And thank you also, Philippe and Gil and everyone at the World Apple and Pear Association, Dominic at the helm there, for showing the leadership that this category needs. Thank you very much. It's been my privilege to be here. We have one more thing to do, and I want to be very careful here because I've not done this before. Perhaps we don't do any spoilers. Do I just invite somebody to come and reveal where the next Prognosfruit will be? So that person should come up, and I believe they are doing now. Okay.
Hello, everybody. For those who don't know me or don't remember me from today, my name is Peter Kelemen. I am coming from Hungary, from FruitWeb, which is a kind of association like Ortofrutta in Italy. And most probably you are not surprised that I will not announce that next Prognosfruit will be in the north of Norway or in Gibraltar, but you will be more than welcome to visit us in Budapest. So the 2024 Prognosfruit is coming back again to Hungary, if I am right, after 18 years of time. We have a lot of things to do because, first of all, I need to congratulate for this event because it's a fantastic thing. So before you arrive next year, we need to probably dig a big cave in one of our mountains to also meet the storage of Melinda. And we need, probably we have a few castles there as well. And maybe we will consider some thermal baths in Budapest because this is something that can be a little bit more than Trento. So thank you a lot and see you next year in Budapest.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. We look forward to seeing you in Budapest. Is it in Budapest? Yes, just to check. Okay, so that just leaves us with one more thing to do, and that's to invite Luc van Wabbeek to return and to give us some closing remarks. Thank you, Luc.
Thank you, Mike. It really looks promising, Peter, and we're looking forward to visit Budapest, and you have a lot of work to do with digging those holes in the mountains over there. Ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of this Congress, and I noted 10 remarkable quotes during the day. The first one is, based on the figures of last season and the upcoming season, optimism is reasonable and even to a certain extent, defendable, but be careful. Second one is, don't talk, but do it. Don't forget to sail. The third one is, fight for increasing prices and even fight for space. More focus on quality, diversification, and storytelling instead of simple quantity. Increasing consumption is good for everyone, for the producers, for the traders, for the retail, and for public health. So it's an obligation for us to work on the increase of consumption. Please make use of the positive aspects of the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy. Even we know that there are difficult points in it and that we have to discuss, but make use of this. Be aware of the evolutions in other parts of the world. It was really an added value, Andre, to have you here and to see what's happening in the neighboring countries, but also China, India, United States. Thank you for this. Climate change will be the most important challenge for the survival of our sector. And during the last debate, I heard that, and I think it's really true, Stefan, what you said, the time frame is getting shorter and shorter. So no more excuses, we have to make work of this. Organic is growing, but they have issues as everyone has. I also heard an apple will never disappoint. Perhaps we will have to try to make an Audi out of a Volkswagen. That's also a thing we have to do. And then the last and perhaps the most important one is passion is key. And that's the thing I wish you all a lot of passion for the upcoming season. Thank you. Now I'm going to start with the difficult part of these closing remarks, to thank the people that make this Congress possible. First of all, the people of the translation over there. Please give them a hand. I can assure you it's not an easy job. Everybody is talking a lot and they have to stay concentrated. So thanks a lot, guys. Great job. Another great job, and I don't know where he is. Please, Mike, come forward. This guy succeeded in keeping us in time. At a certain moment, I thought this is completely lost, but thank you, Mike, for...
Absolutely my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks to all the speakers. Special word of thanks for WAPA. WAPA with Dominic, the chairman of WAPA, Philip, Gil. You did a great job again, as we can expect, but you did it, so thank you. Our Italian friends, Alessandro, Ennio as president of APOT, but also Julia, Anna, Barbara. Thanks a lot. I think I can speak in name of all of you. It was perfectly organized. Thanks a lot. Also, thanks to the people of Oricata, the people that did the registration over there. They're waving, so thanks a lot. And finally, to all of you, the participants that stayed focused during a whole day. It was a serious activity, but thanks to you, because you make this Congress possible. Thanks a lot. And now I'm looking for the Holy Grail, the password to get the information. My memory is not so strong anymore, so it's over there. Magyar 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a lot and see you this evening. Have a nice evening and have a nice technical visit tomorrow. See you.
Thank you very much. Just to say that the coaches to take you back to your hotel will be outside the front, I believe. And that's up.